Oh, is this mine, Bobby? Thank you, ma'am. Welcome back, Martel. All right, anything we need to take up before we bring our jury back in?
On behalf of Mr. Shotgun.
Go ahead, bring them back in. And you can publish when they come back in.
At this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 10.
Ready?
Yes, and for the record, I'm starting State's Exhibit 10 at 0 seconds. I'm going to stop this at 31 seconds and just briefly, so we saw an individual driving the car. Was that you driving the car?
Yes, sir.
Now, this driving the car, was this what you previously testified to about driving 300, 400 feet, whatever it was?
Yes, sir.
To the location?
Correct.
Now, in this paused screen here, can we actually see that same bridge?
Yes, sir.
Is that kind of just, well, I have a pointer somewhere. Okay, thank you. Is that this location right here?
That is correct. On Steel Powder Springs Road.
Now, who is this in front of you?
That is Sergeant Hayes.
Now, is Sergeant Hayes with you through your search?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to proceed with State's Exhibit 10.
Right.
Now, pausing once again at 1 minute. Now, where I have it paused here, you sort of saw like an embankment kind of downhill right here in the video.
Yes, sir.
Is that where the car was?
Yes.
All right. And so where you're about to walk, is that where the burnt car was before it was being removed?
Yes.
Now proceeding with State's Exhibit 10.
Anything? Trash. Anything? Hey, is anything? I'm looking over this way. Okay. Nothing over in there. No, not even a walk path where somebody has come through here. Wow. Yep, backed up.
I'm going to stop it at 5 minutes and 57 seconds. Now, for the jury, can you kind of describe this kind of area? Was this a frequented area by a lot of people?
No, sir.
No, we do see some items throughout the woods. Was there trash kind of littered throughout?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you kind of walked through, were you able to kind of determine whether trash was old or new or anything like that?
No.
Based off of kind of weathering of any of these items, could you determine whether or not they were relevant in this case?
No, sir.
I'm going to continue at 5 minutes and 57 seconds.
Should have called yesterday. Huh? Yeah.
Oh, we got your car.
Yep. Which is good.
No, I just want to direct the jurors to attention here. Stopping the video at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Here, in front of Sergeant Hayes, what do we see right here? Sorry, I know you can't really see from over there.
Come on around and see which one you have. Sorry.
These items here.
Oh, our patrol cars.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so, and is that where both of y'all's patrol cars are parked?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can have a seat.
Okay.
Now, resuming the video.
Oh, shit. Hey, Captain. Hey, yeah. Come to where the cars are.
Now, for the jurors, I know you have the screen in front of you. What just happened?
This is when we located the female body.
Now, approximately how far away are y'all from the body at this moment?
I want to say about 75 feet.
And are the jurors kind of looking toward that logish, kind of that larger log in the middle?
Yes, sir.
Now, at what time is Sergeant Hayes, I guess, putting this notification out?
I want to say 1441.
And for those non-military people?
That's 12:41 p.m. 2:41.
Here it is. All right. All right, I'm going to resume the video.
Thank you.
Exactly where the cars are, come in between the back of yours and in front of my truck. We got a signal 48 female. Radio, make sure detectives are aware of that.
Now, just for the jurors, I'm pausing it once again, and I apologize. If you can kind of step toward me
Yes.
a little bit. Now, in this area here, where in particular are we looking, and where is the body located?
Right here.
Okay, so that tree log, is that?
Yes, sir. The body is right here on the other side of the tree log.
Now, with the cars, how close is the body from the cars?
Oof. At least 100 feet, if that.
Okay. Now, from those cars that we can see kind of through the trees here, could the body be seen?
No, sir.
And what prevented you from being able to see the body from where you parked your car?
All of the brush, the trees, the lawns.
All right, perfect. Have a seat for me. Now resuming the video at 7 minutes and 28 seconds.
Go see if you got crime scene tape.
Yes.
Go get them all.
Okay. Want to get crime scene tape? I'm going to my car now.
We got it, sorry. Put it up. Let's wait for them to get there. Ready for the same location for the vehicle, okay?
Go ahead. We backing up?
Right, I'm gonna fuck it.
Okay.
Okay, right where your car was, behind mine, it's right there again, directly into the wood line. Radio self-bucket, come down Road Jerkins, past Lander Street. Keep going until you see the power lines. Engine 1 radio, you show us on safe video, PG? Captain. Yeah, we'll confirm you're on scene. Ring in 78.
How about right here, Alex?
Tie it to my truck.
Your truck?
And then,
Go ahead. Engine 1 radio. Engine 1. This going to be 48.
phone on you.
Yes.
You might take this, well,
I don't mind.
Should I
take
can't
photos,
find
so
out.
I'm gonna get here. 'Cause
Okay.
the photos on you.
All right.
Temple, we cancel these. Temple.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop this.
Let me,
It's just so hot out, I don't want nothing igniting and everything being lost.
No, we definitely make sure.
I got this 3-1. I'll still back.
Hey, grab it.
You can cancel
Grab the
first.
water can just in case. We'll keep it on standby. Yep.
Perfectly 31.
Now, pausing the video at 12:44. See a cell phone. Is that your cell phone?
that's the work cell phone. Yes, sir.
And so you seem to be taking a picture of something and you reference the citation. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, that's the citation laying on the ground.
And were you just kind of taking a preliminary photograph of it?
Yes, sir. Everything in the area.
Well, I apologize. I messed up.
Yep.
Perfectly 31.
And then from where can we see that citation kind of right there at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And do we see that same log that we pointed out earlier?
Correct. Yes.
And then behind that log, what are we seeing?
The dead body of a female.
And we see a lot of sticks and stuff. Is that what you kind of mentioned that she was being covered with?
Yes, sir.
And no, from Austell Bridge, could you see this?
No.
From the Austell Bridge, what was the only thing that could be seen of this entire two locations of the car and this body?
Probably just the smoke and fire coming from the car.
From that road, could you even tell that it was a car that was on fire or that the wood
No,
was
sir.
on fire?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I'm going to proceed with the video.
This is very easy. Because all this is dry. And that's the only thing that's burning.
81 radio. Show me that. 90 radio. When you're not going to take start call, Cobb County. Alright, in the medical examiner.
Right. I'm stopping the video at 13 minutes and 20 seconds. So at this point, has, I guess, supervisors and, I guess, dispatch been notified of this, this body?
Yes, sir.
And at what point do detectives get involved?
Very shortly. The detective has been called. He's actually en route at this time.
All right. And at what point does the medical examiner's office or the coroner's office get involved?
Just a little bit later, I would say within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
In your experience, would the coroner's office and the medical examiner's office, they have their own type of trucks and vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And are those labeled vehicles just like cop cars?
Yes, sir.
However, with, I guess, medical examiner's office on it?
Correct.
All right. And at this time, at the end of this video, what time is it based off the body count?
14:47. That's 2:47 p.m.
Let me ask you just kind of a clarification question. When dispatch is notified of a situation like this, you indicated that the ME's office or the coroner's would be notified within 15 minutes or so?
Not necessarily 15 minutes. They'll probably arrive. They said they were on their way.
Okay.
They had been called dispatch just as the detectives and everyone else.
And so how much longer did you stay on the scene?
Several hours.
All right. And did you, what was the purpose of you staying on the scene?
So after I left this immediate scene, I was asked to begin a crime log and begin logging everyone that literally came to that scene at that time. And then I was asked to push to the perimeter because news media had been informed and we wanted to kind of preserve the area. So I maintained the area, keeping anyone from coming in there except for law enforcement and emergency vehicles.
Now, based off of that, you're kind of having some understanding as to who is coming and going. About how long did it take for detectives to kind of arrive here?
Say within, the call went out, he was there within 3 to 5 minutes, if that.
Okay. And then what about the medical examiners and coroners, if you remember?
Off the top of my head, maybe another 10, 15 minutes, somewhere in there.
Okay, perfect. Outside of that, any additional involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Your witness.
Officer Harris, I didn't get your, I know it's not your rank now, at the time, would you be officer, detective, what would we call it?
Patrol officer.
Patrol officer, okay. If I just call you Officer Harris, that'd be okay?
That'll be fine, sir.
Or Mr. Harris, maybe better.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
With the DA's office. So, as y'all were walking through the brush here, this is August. It's a typical, very hot, sweaty sort of day being out there looking at this area. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And as y'all drove up the area from the road, driving down all the way down to this, where the car was, you indicated 400 or 500 feet. Is that a paved, well, there's not a paved road there, correct?
Correct.
Is there a gravel road or something that looks like it's been cut out as a road at all in that area?
It's a grass road.
Okay. So it's like
Grass area.
It's a field. Right?
Yes, correct.
And there's power lines that go through it, so it's kind of clear where the power lines come through. That's why you've got the wooded area around it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so as y'all got out of your cars, going back to look to see if you can find something, were you looking to see if you could see some indication of a path or a direction of travel somebody might have gone from that car?
Yes, sir.
Because your purpose was to see if you could find Miss Beauty Couch, who was now missing.
Correct.
And you didn't see anything obvious to you as you were looking around there as to a path someone may have already taken.
Correct.
And I think as you're following with FTO Hayes, that you would make a comment, well, there's not even a walk path, suggesting maybe some recently moved brush or something in case somebody just walked through there.
Not in the area we were at the time. Correct.
Very good. And so the closest distance between where the body was found and where your cars were, behind where the burned car would have been, you did not see any indication of some knockdown brush or anything to indicate someone had recently been in that area.
No, sir.
At some point in time, as you're going out there looking, were you looking for maybe any indication of blood or other items that might be indicative of where Miss Couch would have been?
At that time, we were just simply looking for Miss Beauty Couch or anyone pertaining to that vehicle.
Fair.
Thought they may have been walking or something.
Gotcha. Okay. And I think we see a little bit in the video there, after y'all have found the body and you go back to get the crime scene tape, you take the more direct route through the brush to get to your car.
Correct.
And that's maybe hilly's not the right word, but it's not level terrain getting through there, correct?
Correct.
And you smartly put on your gloves to kind of keep yourself from getting scraped and scratched, getting through all that stuff.
Correct.
Did you take part in doing any further searching in that area to see if there was any blood evidence or other indication of a direction of travel?
No, sir.
But the bottom line is you certainly didn't see any from your vantage point as you were looking at it that day.
Correct.
Did you see anything at all that indicated to you something heavy had been dragged through the ground?
No, sir. Couldn't tell at that time.
And other than the area where the car had been and was burned, and then where you ultimately found the body, in between those two areas, any indication of any sort of burned items or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Do you recall anything suggesting, well, did you even smell anything that smelled like gasoline as you were on the scene that day?
No, sir.
And so as you were walking around the area, you didn't smell that anywhere else either. You would have noted that.
No, sir.
All right. And if I understand correctly, you didn't take part in any of the recovery of the body or removal of the body that day.
Correct, sir.
All right. And you said you were out there for several hours. Were you one of the officers that went to Ms. Thurman's house and spoke to her initially?
Yes.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
And at the point in time that you indicated, or you had been informed from Ms. Thurman about there being a boyfriend involved, did that cause you any concern or thinking about this investigation as to which direction it might go?
No, sir.
At that point in time, you don't really know anything other than we got Beauty missing at that
Correct.
Gotcha. Do you recall on the scene, not long after y'all have found the body and looking at the citation, do you recall being able to get a name of a person off the citation?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't take part in recovering it at all? You just
No, sir.
You saw it and left. Okay. Do you recall at what point in time you began being part of a discussion with FTO Hayes and maybe others about the suspect in this case?
I do not.
Okay. You don't recall that happening soon thereafter as y'all were back up near the road there on the location?
Antonia, give me your question again.
Sure. Trying to, a point in time in which there's a discussion had that you were a part of specifically of there being a suspect in this case?
No suspect, because we were just informed that she was probably with her boyfriend or what have you. But yeah, his name was mentioned, but not a suspect at the time.
You recall telling, let's see, your body camera continued to function that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beyond this video, there are other videos that capture different periods of time as y'all are doing your work down that day, correct?
Correct.
And you recall at some point in time, you and FTO Hayes talking about having found the body and FTO Hayes having been involved with the second body that had been found in Austell that year. Does that ring a bell at all with you?
I don't recall that.
And do you indicate at all some discussion about having a possible suspect and then a name of a suspect? Does that come to your mind at all?
Don't recall at this time, no, sir.
And after you finished that day, I take it you didn't have any further specific obligations in this investigation?
No, sir. It was turned over to Cobb.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Anything from you, Mr. Lumpkin?
No objection.
All right, you are excused, released from your subpoena. Please watch your head as you step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And call your next witness.
State calls Antonia Kendrick.
Counsel, Mr. Horowitz, can we move
Yes.
the monitor back? I just don't want somebody to hit their head. You got it, Andy? Thank you. Come on up, please. To the bailiff right here, and she'll show you where to go on the witness stand, okay? No, ma'am, that's okay. You're gonna come around with her.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter of opinion shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
You can actually pull it closer to you. The whole thing moves. There you go. Thank you.
Here we go. If you will, please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
My name is Antonia, Antonasa. Last name Kendrick, Kendrick.
Very good. And how old are you, Ms. Kendrick?
I am 25 years old.
Are you from Georgia?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a personal injury paralegal.
And how long have you been doing that?
For the past 3.5 years.
Very good. I want to talk to you about some relationships. Did you know Beauty Couch?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She was my friend.
When did you first meet?
We met in 2020.
How did you meet her?
We met through a mutual friend at a photo shoot.
Now, had you seen her around prior to 2020?
Yeah, we hung out regularly, like often.
Well, in other words, before the photo shoot where you really got to know her, did you know of her prior to that?
Yeah, we also went to the same high school, so we had like mutual friends and stuff.
Okay. When y'all were in high school, were you super close?
No.
Okay. Was it once you kind of met through this mutual friend that you all became closer?
Yes.
Once you kind of formally met through this mutual friend. How close were y'all?
We became really close. Like my first day meeting her, she was like amazing. Like she just became one of my closest friends, actually.
Did y'all talk most days?
Yeah, we talk often.
Did you hang out regularly as well?
Yeah, we hung out often.
And when y'all talked regularly, if you weren't physically together, how did you communicate?
Like on the phone, text message, social media, FaceTime.
Was she relatively active on her phone?
From my knowledge, yes.
In other words, you know, sometimes we have those friends and you text them and they might not respond for a couple days or something like
No,
that.
she wasn't like that. Most of the time, like if we talked, we would talk. I would hear from her by the end of the day. Like if I called her, she didn't answer, I would hear from her by the end of the day.
Did you all ever work together?
Yes, we worked at a lounge together. It used to be called Blazing. I think it's called like Sunset or Sunrise now or something. It's off of Maxim Road.
Off of Maxim Road?
Mm-hmm.
And what city is that in?
I believe it's Austell.
I also want to talk to you about Eugene Louis-Jocques. Do you know Eugene Louis-Jocques?
I knew of him through Beauty.
Is that how you met him?
Yes.
What year was that when you first met Eugene?
2023.
And is that what you called him, Eugene?
Yeah.
Do you know how Beauty and Eugene initially met?
Beauty told me that they met at some convention. I think it was called Skate Jam, I believe.
Were they both involved in kind of the skating industry or world?
Beauty was definitely active in the skate world. I'm not sure if he was like active in the skate world or if he was just at the event.
I gotcha. Now, when you met Eugene, where was he living?
When he first was introduced to me by Beauty, like the idea of him, I never physically met him, but he was in Florida originally.
Did he later move to Georgia?
Maybe like a month of them, maybe not even a month and a half, 2 months later, yeah, he moved to Georgia.
Okay. Once he moved to Georgia, did you meet him in person?
Yeah, I met him because he would come to like our job and like sit there.
Is that the Blazin Lounge?
Yeah.
You said he would come to your job and sit there. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
We worked at a lounge, so it was like a nighttime thing. So we would be there probably from like 8 to like maybe 1, 2 in the morning, sometimes 7, it just depended. And he would like sit through the shift and be there.
Was that like with friends with him or?
No,
Okay.
by himself. Sometimes he would sit in the car and wait outside.
Did your relationship with Beauty change at all once she was dating Eugene?
I would say Beauty herself never changed, but like, I'm a very spontaneous person. So I was like the friend, like I would call the same day, hey, let's go somewhere. And, you know, Beauty would be like, okay, if she's not busy. So it kind of changed in that aspect. Like I would call and it would be like, oh, I have to ask my boyfriend or I have to see, you know, what we're doing and things of that nature. So she kind of got more distant in the things like that we normally would do.
I want to talk to you about August 21st going into August 22nd of 2023. Do you remember those days?
Yes.
Starting on August 21st of 2023, do you recall whether you had any communications with Beauty on that day?
Yes.
What sparked the two of you communicating on August 21st?
Well, I'd seen Beauty maybe like a week prior. We hadn't really talked, but she had posted some stuff on Instagram that was kind of alarming to me. So I reached out to her.
And when you reached out to her, was that on August 21st or is that a different day? Do you recall?
That was on August 21st. It was like nighttime, like right before I went to sleep.
All right, at this time, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit 43, which is the Instagram business record certificate for Beauty Couch's Instagram, as well as States 44, 45, and 46, which are stories from this Instagram page covered by the business record certificate.
We'll have an objection to that. You may want to speak to that briefly outside the presence, I'm sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step to the back for a moment, please, while the lawyers and I handle this legal issue. All right, Mr. Lumpkin, tell me about your objection.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that these are records that have been provided through Instagram pursuant to a subpoena, and there may very well be a sufficient foundation as to that, as to where they come from. My objection is going to be is any attempt to have this witness speak to them or interpret them or address them and try to characterize them in a way other than these are simply records. So we don't know exactly who posted these and where they came. We just know they were on this particular account. I don't have any disagreement with that. But to the extent that the only purpose I know of doing this is with this witness here is to attempt to have them provide some characterization of that. I don't think that's appropriate. And to the extent there may be some attempt to gain further hearsay of Ms. Couch through this witness, I don't think there's a sufficient foundation laid for that to be done at this point in time.
So, Your Honor, these, I think it would be helpful. May I pass them to the court?
Oh, sure.
I'm going to pass Your Honor States 44, 45, and 46, just so you can see exactly what these posts are. These are stories that were posted on Beauty's Instagram page, and as the witness referenced, she saw some of the postings which caused Antonia to then reach out to Beauty. We're not going to go into the content of what Beauty said in response to Antonia reaching out to her, but as this witness has testified, that the Instagram posts are what caused Antonia to reach out because she was alarmed or felt like something could be going on. Your Honor, I think at the end of the day, these go towards two primary things. Number one is establishing the timeline that we're looking at as to signs of life and activity coming from Beauty Couch's phone or social media pages. So timeline is going to be important, which is not offering these statements or posts for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather going to the timeline. And then number two is not whether these statements are true, not saying that we're proving what she wrote is a true statement or accurate or material or anything else, but rather the effect that it had on this witness in her decision to reach out to Beauty on these occasions to see what was going on. So State versus Gates. Gates versus State. That is 298 Georgia 324. I believe that's a 2016 case. And in that case, it talks about for a statement to constitute hearsay, it must be offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. In that particular case, there was a text message sent essentially saying, if you're lonely, you can call me, along with some sort of naked picture. The case goes on to say that it wasn't offered to prove whether in fact someone could call this person if they were lonely. Rather, it went to the effect on a particular individual and his motive for committing a murder. So I think this is similar in nature to that case, where we're not trying to prove whether or not the statements she made in these texts are true, but rather the effect on the effect on Antonia, as well as establishing this timeline.
Anything else, Mr. Lumpkin?
Your Honor, one, as far as the timeline goes, and I'll maybe look at it again. I'm looking for a timing, something that indicates.
There's a timestamp at the top. There's a timestamp.
Sure, but there's some information there, but that doesn't tell us that's when it was posted. It doesn't provide us any sort of time other than, you know, at least at that time, it had to have been then or before that it was posted. Due to the state's going to try to characterize that as actually when it was posted. The certification doesn't indicate that I can see. We just had timestamps, and I see them all the time where I get anecdotally my knowledge of Instagram getting posted well after they have been posted. That's when I see them, and that's indicated on my phone to get them. So
I think if we can just be clear on whether it is a post or a story.
It is a story, so it has
Sure,
the
different.
story ID with the timestamp posted, and that comes from the Instagram records themselves, not from like a screenshot of that story or anything.
where's the certification?
Right here.
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't answer that question, but I can tell what
Go ahead.
the second issue has to. I mean, she's already testified that she saw some posts and it caused her to reach out. If that's all they're trying to get at, we've already got that. She had a reaction and she's reached out. They're not going into any hearsay beyond that, but that's my main objection, frankly. So it's not like maybe that issue's been covered. She's not going to address anything that she said or try to characterize what any of these things meant based on that conversation. So as long as that's the case, I don't have a problem with that. But again, I'm just going to object as to the nature of these without, as I object, I don't think they lay out a specific timeline upon which we can trust they meet what the state is attempting to argue.
So whether or not it establishes a timeline or doesn't establish a timeline, I believe that what I heard when the state said that was this was why it's relevant. This was kind of what the purpose was, as opposed to the truth of the matter asserted. I do think a proper foundation has been laid. To the extent there are objections going forward to certain questions that are asked of this witness, I mean, you're just going to have to, we'll just have to see how the testimony goes. Like, I'm not sure right now, the objection to these documents being admitted into evidence is overruled. I am not ruling on any individual question. I am ruling on the objection to these documents being admitted in evidence. So anything before we bring our jury back in?
I appreciate that, and I recognize there's an ongoing issue. It just seemed like the best time to do it, so we do it at one time if we're able to. Based on what I'm hearing the state say, it sounds like we may not have another issue of objection, but I'm hearing the court say if there is, then feel free to.
Didn't stand up. I'm not making a blanket ruling on anything that the state asks of this witness is appropriate. Like, I'm not really sure what the state's going to ask. My crystal ball's not working all that well right this second. So anything else before we bring the jury back in? All right, bring them back in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Before I excuse the jury, there was an objection to State's Exhibit 43, 44, 45, and 46. That objections overrule, and those documents are admitted over objection. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
You may.
All right, so Antonia, looking at State's Exhibit 44 here, is this one of the posts that caused you concern?
Yes.
Looking at State's 45, is this another one of the posts that caused you concern?
Yes.
Now, when you were concerned, did you reach out to her?
Yes.
Do you recall in what manner you reached out to her?
I was just checking on her.
Well, in other words, phone call, text message.
Oh, I texted her on Instagram first because that's where the posts were posted. That was like around 9 p.m.
Around 9 p.m. you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to sleep. I have a sleep disorder, so I fall asleep sometimes. So I went to sleep like probably briefly after that. She texted me around 10.
Okay, we're not going to go into what she said, but so she texted you.
Yes.
She responded.
Yes.
And was that through Instagram
no,
or
that was
separate?
through text message.
Okay.
And then when I woke up, it was around maybe like 1 or 2 a.m. on the 23rd of August. I texted her back.
And was that a regular text message?
Yes. So then she posted on Instagram again on the 23rd in the morning. So like, I kind of, okay, she'll get back to me later on that day. Never heard from her. I called her. She never answered.
And so you mentioned that she posted again the next day, looking at States 46 here. Is this the post you saw the next day?
Yes, one of them.
And do you recall what time it was when this post was made?
This one was after.
She said the first time that when it was made, she testified when she saw it.
Fair enough. Do you remember when you saw it?
Okay.
You said you woke up around 1 or 2 a.m. and then she posted later in the morning.
Yes.
On the question, when she posted, all we know is when someone saw something. I want to be very clear. So they
I agree.
can decide to it for her.
I agree when she saw it.
Okay, I first saw her first post. It had a timestamp of 6 o'clock in the morning. It was a broadcast, which is something that people like send out when they have like a following and they want to keep.
Objection, speculation is what people do. She can testify to what she saw. I don't have a problem.
You need to lay a foundation for that.
Okay. So you mentioned a broadcast. Without talking about why someone might use a broadcast, what is a broadcast on Instagram?
It's like a channel with multiple people in it.
Okay.
Like for whatever people may want to post in there.
Okay,
It's
so
specifically for like their followers.
okay. And it sounds like that's different from a story?
Yeah, it's not a story.
Okay.
It's almost like a group chat. That's the best way. Like a big group chat for your following.
And is that kind of like a live thing, or is that?
The best way I could describe it is like a group chat. Like
Okay.
you send out a message and it'll be there. Like it's like a text message, but to your followers.
Okay. So similar to direct messaging on Instagram,
Yeah.
but to a specific group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you said there was a broadcast around 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then after that, was there any other post?
The story.
And is that what we're looking at in States 46?
Yes.
Do you remember when you saw States 46?
I want to say like I personally saw it like midday, so a little after it was posted.
Did you reach out to her after this post?
That's when I called, like around the time when I called her, because I thought it was strange. She wasn't responding and she texted me the night prior.
And when you called her, do you recall whether the phone actually rang?
It was a FaceTime call.
Okay. But in other words, did it go through?
No.
So normally with FaceTime, it makes kind of that special sound as opposed to a ringing. Did it do that at all, or did it immediately just say this person's not available for FaceTime? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
That's okay. What we're looking at with States 46, was there any further posts from her account that you ever saw?
Not that I ever seen.
Give me just a moment. Now, you mentioned the purpose of you reaching out was kind of to check on her. You'd say yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Without going into what she said in response, did you get any clarification for yourself?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Lumpkin.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Kendrick. I think the first person to kind of talk to a little bit more, so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If you don't know the answer, certainly just let us know. But if you do, please let us know what you can. You said that Beauty was active in the skate world. Tell us what you mean by that.
Well, she had a following because she skated.
When you say she skated, what do you mean by that?
Roller skated.
Okay. And she had a following because she roller skated?
She was a good skater, so people enjoyed her energy. They enjoyed watching her. They enjoyed seeing her. So, I mean, that attracts people. People like to see good content, good people.
Okay. When you refer to content, are you referring to stuff placed on social media as opposed to just skating at a roller rink?
Yes, like videos.
All right. Did she do that actively?
She was an influencer, so she did it consistently.
Okay. And when you say influencer, we may all know what that means, but I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by that. What do you mean by that?
She posted on social media often because that was something she enjoyed doing.
Okay. And were you part of the followers that would watch her information, look at it, and enjoy it?
Yes, we followed each other.
Were you active in the skating community yourself?
I mean, we started skating together. I just didn't enjoy it as much as she did, so she continued with it. I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea about how many followers she had? Do you have any way of knowing that?
She had over 100,000 followers.
And you know that because that's posted on the site that you were looking at?
I know that because I followed her, and as she grew, like, I always made sure I congratulated her on her accomplishments.
And did she win some awards, that sort of thing, in the roller skating world?
I don't know about any awards.
Okay. You said you were congratulating her on
Yeah,
what
like achieving milestones like 50K, 100K, like those are milestones, things that she wanted to achieve for her.
Are you saying that she skated 50,000 miles? Is that what
50,000
50K?
followers, 100,000
followers.
followers.
I
Those
got
are
you.
milestones.
All right. And how long had you been following her?
Since we became friends, at least since 2020.
Okay. So she had this social media following since 2020?
No, so like I said, she was growing. So from the time I met her, she had, of course, less followers. She grew as a content creator.
And Did you meet her at a skating event?
No, once again, I met her at a photo shoot through a mutual friend.
That's right, a photo shoot. Gotcha. Was that a photo shoot for the roller skating world?
No, it was a photo shoot for my clothing brand.
I gotcha. All right. And then y'all worked at this lounge starting in June. Did I get that right?
We started in May.
In May. All right. Very good. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
No objection.
All right, you are excused and released from your subpoena. Call your next witness. We're going to continue until our lunch is ready to make best use of our time.
At this time, the state calls Detective Michael Lincoln.
And by our lunch, I mean your lunch.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
If you'll please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter.
Sure. I am Detective Michael Lincoln with the Cobb County Police Department.
Can you pull that microphone a little closer, please? Thank you.
Sure. Detective Lincoln with the Cobb County Police Department with the Crimes Against Persons Unit. My name is spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L, last name L-I-N-C-O-L-N.
Now, you've mentioned the Crimes Against Persons Unit. What is that?
That is a unit within the Major Crimes Division. We investigate primarily homicides, robberies, aggravated assaults, things of that nature.
And how long have you been with the Crimes Against Persons Unit?
I've been with Crimes Against Persons about 6 years now, 5.5 years.
All right. And is that Crime Against Persons Unit within the Cobb County Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to going to the Crimes Against Persons Unit and Cobb County Police Department, did you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I actually started my law enforcement career in Columbus, Georgia in 2014. Then I came to Cobb County in 2017.
So working with the Columbus Police Department, were you post-certified back then?
Yes, I was.
Have you been post-certified since 2014?
Yes, sir.
Now, for the jurors, kind of give them an understanding of how the Crimes Against Persons Unit kind of works together.
Sure. So whenever a major case comes in, murder, especially one where the suspect is not on scene, for example, we'll have multiple detectives who work it. So one will be assigned as what we call the lead or the one. The one will be assigned as number two, so it's secondary to the lead. But all sorts of detectives will come in and work it. The reason being is there's multiple different things to do. There's people to interview, there's a crime scene to go to. There could be having to go to the hospital, different things like that, search warrants to get. So it's a very collaborative effort.
Is there a lot of moving parts when it comes to homicide investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, back on August the 23rd, 2023, were you working in the capacity as a Crimes Against Persons detective?
Yes, I was.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you respond to a homicide investigation that occurred along the power lines near Joe Jerkins?
Yes, I did.
And did you actually respond to that location?
I got there eventually. I initially responded to Austell PD headquarters.
And that actually leads me to my next question. So we heard that Austell originally responded. Why is it that Cobb County then comes in and helps in the investigation?
So Austell Police Department is a pretty small department with limited funding, limited resources. So we work the majority, if not all, of their murders or homicides.
So is it just more of a manpower issue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that area where Joe Jerkins, I understand that you got there eventually. Is that here in Cobb County?
Yes, it is.
Now, for the jurors, can you kind of explain that notification process of Austell to Cobb County?
Sure. So we got a phone call. I believe Sergeant Murphy was the one who took it at around 15:30 hours, around 3:30 p.m. Basically saying that they had located a body which appeared to be burned in the woods. And then they informed us they had previously responded out to that same location, the power lines out there, for a car fire. They located a vehicle that was completely engulfed, eventually got it put out, and then had it towed to a wrecker yard. Once they were at the wrecker yard, they ran the VIN on the vehicle once they were able to identify one, and it came back to a lady named Deanna Thurman, who lived about 1 minute away from there. So they went to her house, and she informed them that her daughter Beauty Couch had been missing for about a day. At that point, they realized that they were kind of in over their heads, not to talk down about them, but like I said, they just had limited resources. So they reached out to us.
And so with reaching out to you, I think you previously mentioned that you actually responded to the Austell Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Why did you respond to the Austell Police Department?
I went there to interview Deanna Thurman as well as one of Beauty Couch's friends, Jakari Smalls.
What was the purpose of interviewing Deanna Thurman and Jakari Small?
To gather more information about Beauty as a person, her habits, if she had any enemies, anything like that, just to get an overall picture of her day-to-day life and things like that.
Was that in an attempt to try to locate her as well?
Yes, sir. At that point, we weren't yet certain that the person in the woods was her. We obviously believed it likely was. But if there was anything we could do to rule that out and actually find her alive, that would be another purpose for the interview as well.
And were you able to identify as the woman in the woods as Beauty Couch?
Yes, after speaking with them, I made a phone call to Detective Hardage, and he informed me that he had he had been able to positively identify Beauty Couch.
Now, were you able to conduct those interviews with Deanna Thurman and Jakari Smalls?
Yes, I was.
Now, after completing those interviews, what did you do next?
So after completing the interviews and notifying them that we had in fact identified Beauty Couch, I asked for permission to go to Deanna Thurman's house where Beauty lived with her and look around in the bedroom, in Beauty's bedroom specifically. So we drove there and did that.
Now, did you find anything of interest within Beauty's room or the home?
Not really. We did find 2 cell phone cases that we took photos of because they had the IMEI. So just in case we weren't able to develop any more leads, we had that as a backup.
Now, you just mentioned 2 things, two cell phone cases. Did you actually find those cell phones?
No, sir.
Now, IMEI, what is that?
That's an identifying number. It just basically identifies that particular device.
Is it kind of like a serial number for a phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And ultimately, those phones were never located?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
All right. Now, in reviewing her room, did you have to go through the house as well to get to her room?
Part of it, when you enter the home, you're in a living room, and then her room was directly to the right. So we entered a small portion of the home.
Now, was anything jumping out at you when you were conducting that search?
No, her room was extremely orderly, neat, clean. The house overall was neat and clean. There were no signs of, physical struggle inside. No couches knocked over, no broken glass, no forced entry on the door, nothing like that.
Okay. Once you completed the search of Beauty's home, what did you do next?
After completing the search of her home, I responded to the crime scene where other detectives had initially responded to.
Now, when you got on scene, were crime scene techs on scene?
Yes, sir.
Were Austell police on scene?
Yes, sir.
Were other crimes against persons detectives on scene?
Yes, sir.
Was Detective McCulloch on scene?
Yes, sir.
Was the medical examiner and coroner on scene?
Yes.
All right. So at this time, when you arrived, was the scene preserved?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of describe to the jurors as the role of a crime scene tech with a detective.
So a crime scene tech, they work kind of hand in hand with the lead detective. So when you get to a scene, obviously by the time we get there, it's already some time has passed, even if it hadn't been the thing with Hostel. By the time we get there, patrol officers have been there and they've secured the scene, typically with crime scene tape, which was the case this time. So they will walk with the detective, go over the scene, try to get an overall picture, identify items of evidence. The detective will tell them which items of evidence he wants collected, which ones can just be photographed, etc. They'll then photograph the scene as a whole, and then they'll take medium range and then close-up range photographs of the actual items of evidentiary value. And the reason for the different types of photos is to try and give context to the scene. For example, if it was an outdoor scene, you need to give some perspective as to the distance. Say somebody ran or something like that. If there was a blood trail, you need to give perspective to that. So that's the reason for that. Once those photographs are taken, they will lay down crime scene markers, marking each item of evidence with a specific identifying number. And then they will redo the medium and close range photographs of those items specifically. And then they will collect the items and document the time at which they were collected. And then oftentimes on murders, they will also do a video, which is, again, to help with the perspective of the size of a scene or just the layout of a home, for example. It can be hard to capture that with just photographs. And then sometimes they will also do actual scans. There's a machine called a Faro. It's the easiest way to describe what it looks like is if you've ever gone on Zillow and you see where you can look at the houses and you can actually kind of walk through them. It essentially creates that, but for the scene.
Wonderful. So in this case, were crime scene photos taken?
Yes, sir.
And that video of the scenes, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Now, we'll hear about the crime scene in further detail through Detective McCulloch, but prior to testifying, or did we meet?
Yes, sir.
Did we go over the crime scene videos that were taken at this scene?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were those videos fair and accurate recordings of the scene as you observed it that day?
Yes, sir, they were.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 47.
Any objection?
This is that very video you were just talking about.
Yeah, the crime scene video.
No objection. But when you say crime scene video, are we talking about the area on the woods?
Yeah.
No objection.
All right, so State's 47 be admitted without objection.
All right. At this time, the state is publishing State's Exhibit 47, Video 1. Oh. Okay. Now, just to orient the jurors as to the beginning of this video, where the video is being recorded, is this kind of like the outset of where the power line kind of opening would be?
The opening into the wooded area, you mean?
Like, yeah, you were standing in like in the easement, I guess.
Yes, sir. If you're standing along the power lines facing the woods where the victim was located, that's what you're seeing right now.
And is this, how many videos were taken of this scene? 2. And was this video that we're looking at here, video 1, focused on where the body was located?
Yes, sir.
And is the second video focused on where the car was located?
Yes, sir.
pausing the video here at 1 minute and 24 seconds. What is the camera focusing in on here?
So that is either a wig or a piece of weave that was near the body of the victim.
Ultimately, well, what are we seeing here at 4 minutes and 27 seconds?
So that is a citation, or looks like possibly a payment form for a citation for a vehicle out of Florida, and it was from earlier in the year.
I know I did a bad job at. Can you see it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to read the citation number off of it?
Yes, sir. It's 27 D as in Delta, D as in Delta, JC. And it's out of Florida.
And that's the license plate, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the citation number above it?
That is A202814. I believe that's another one. It's obstructed by the leaf. And then 10.
Now, ultimately, and we'll hear about this later, but to your understanding, was this collected?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 47. And I'm gonna pause it here. We see in the background there, is that the Powder Springs, Austell Road, Austell, Powder Springs, whatever road?
Yes, sir.
Alright. And then down, from your understanding, by the time you got there, the car had been removed.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the car was down this embankment, kind of straight ahead to the left?
Yes, sir. That's what was relayed to me.
Mr. Horowitz, would this be an okay time for us to pause?
Wonderful time.
Or did you have one more question about this video?
I do not have any more questions about this.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our midday break right now. I do want to remind you, this is a cell phone break. You're going to get your cell phones back, but you're not to do any research, look anything up, post anything. You're also not allowed to talk with each other about this case. You can talk with each other about things unrelated to this case, but you cannot talk with each other about this case. With those instructions, I'll tell the bailiffs what time we're going to come back in just a moment, but I'm going to go ahead and excuse you all to the back. All right, everyone, have a seat, please. We're going to take I believe the lunches are on their way up. So we're going to take until 1:20 for our lunch break today. All right, thank you so much. All right, are we ready to bring our jury back in?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's bring them back in. All right, thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. You can continue with your direct examination.
Now, going back to the video that we just watched, or the two videos that we just watched, at times are videos and crime scene photos taken for different purposes?
Yes.
And in this case, was the video beneficial in a certain way?
Yes, sir.
In this situation, what was the purpose of videoing these areas?
So since we had essentially two scenes separated by 150 feet or so, it showed the perspective of this is where the car was and then the distance to where the decedent was located.
Right. Now, I know we saw a couple of items in the video. Can you notate which items that we saw around Beauty's body?
Yes, sir. There was the citation that we went over. There was the piece of weave that was a few feet away from her body. And then there was a oil can, which I believe was captured on video, behind her body, a few feet away from it as well.
Now, on the video, was that oil can notated as well as the citation and everything like that?
I don't believe he zoomed in on the oil can, but I do believe it was visible.
Now, to your understanding, was that captured in the photos?
Yes.
All right. Now, were those items collected?
Yes, there were.
And usually, what is the purpose of collecting items?
It depends on the item. In this case, it was to do additional processing to try and gather either fingerprints, DNA, etc., and also to determine. Sometimes on scene, when you're initially taking photos, you can't determine if something is evidence or not. So you go ahead and collect it because you would rather have something and it turns out you don't need it, rather than to accidentally leave what turns out to be a key piece of evidence on scene. Sorry.
Now, I want to talk about this oil can in particular. Did you have the opportunity to kind of look at this oil can?
Yes, sir.
And what observations could you make about this oil can?
So once it was moved, and you could see the other side of it, the other side was cracked. It was covered in dirt. It was just very obvious looking at it that it had been there for quite some time, much longer than the body or the decedent.
Now, as it related, actually let me backtrack. So you did mention, obviously we have two locations. We have where the car was and we have the body. Did you actually measure the distance between those two items?
Yes, I did.
And what was that exact measurement between the car location and the body?
If I can just refresh my memory with my notes so I don't accidentally get it wrong. I know it was approximately 191 feet between them. Yeah, so the distance from the vehicle to the entry into the woods was 142 feet. The distance into the woods, once you began entering them, that the body was located, was approximately 43 feet. So the total distance was 191 feet.
Now let's talk about the items that were collected. You said that the weave was collected, the oil can, and the citation.
Yes, sir.
And were those items processed in this case?
At least 2 of them were. Whether or not anything was done with the oil can might be a question for the lead detective, but I do know that the citation and the weave were processed.
In what way were they processed?
So 2 different ways. The citation was processed for fingerprints. And do you want me to go into the method of doing that or not?
Sure. Explain to the juror how a fingerprint can be listed.
Sure. So to get them from paper or porous material in specific, the crime scene techs use a product called anhydrine. It's a chemical. They spray it onto the paper, and it basically reacts with the oils in your fingers or in your sweat from your fingerprints, and it turns purple, and it will show rich definition and things like that, which they'll then photograph, and they can use those for comparison in APHIS, which is the system they use to compare fingerprints.
Now, in this case, was fingerprint testing done on that citation?
Yes, it was done.
And were they successful in lifting the print?
No, there was no usable prints on the citation.
Now, was that citation swapped for DNA, do you know?
I do not believe it was, sir.
All right. Now, with the, what was another item that was collected?
The weave or the piece of a wig.
And that weave, was that also processed in some fashion?
Yes, that was swabbed for potential DNA, and then the swab and the actual weave or wig itself were sent to the GBI for testing.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Monken.
Good afternoon, Detective Lincoln. It is detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your being out there at the scene and looking at the scene that day, did you observe anything that appeared to have been a path leading from where the car was to where the body was?
I mean, there was the cut grass area along the power lines. Is that what you're referring to?
No, sir. I'm talking about for someone to take a body from where the car was to where the body was found, any disturbance of the brush in that sort of area that was obvious to you or apparent to you might be indicative of someone having either walked through there or drug a body through there.
That doesn't stand out of my mind, sir, no.
Okay. And of course, by the time you got there, frankly, there have been a lot of officers on the scene and come and go in any number of ways.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you recover, other than the weave area, there that had weave in it, did you uncover or find any other indications of blood?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. As to the going to the house and searching the room, you talked about the cell phone cases that were in these. Where were these located? In the room of Beauty Couch?
Yes, sir. They were in her bedroom. I believe they were they were on a desk next to a trash can, if I recall correctly.
So not in the trash can, but on the desk next to the trash can.
Yes, sir. If my memory serves me correctly, that's where they were.
Okay. And you did not ever find the actual phones themselves?
No, sir.
Did you preserve those boxes?
No, we simply photographed them so we would have documentation of the IMEI numbers.
Gotcha.
In case that became relevant.
Okay. And that's the number from which you can trace if that phone is found somewhere down the road to verify that's one that should have come from that box.
Yes, sir. Essentially a serial number for a phone.
Okay. With regards to the distance of the body and the car, make sure I understand, from where you measured from the car, did you stand in the middle of that, what was left on the ground as a scar, so to speak, or from the edge of it, or where'd you measure that from?
I stood on the edge of that little embankment that it was on.
Okay.
And then I walked all the way to basically directly in front of the woods where the little entry was.
Gotcha. Okay. And so the most direct path, in other words, from the body to the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that most direct path from where you were standing to the edge of, and when we say the edge of the woods, we're talking about where the lower cut grass ends and we start seeing some larger weeds, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was 142 feet, is that right?
Let me just check to make sure.
Please.
Yes, sir. 142 feet.
Right. And then from that exact same point to the edge of, I guess what would have been the foot of the body was closest to that area, is that correct?
So I can't say for the body. By the time I did my measurements, the body had been removed as well. But from where the edge of the burnt area around where she was located.
The closest area of it, is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
I got you. And that was how many feet?
That was 49 feet, sir.
49 feet. Very good. All right. And had you seen anything else of note, you would have noted it and or collected it, correct?
Yes, sir. Or it would have been. The crime scene tech would have. Yes, sir.
And this oil can, is this a metal container, a plastic container? How would you describe it?
It was plastic, like one you'd buy at AutoZone or Walmart or wherever.
Okay. Is it kind of like a whitish with some design on it?
Yes,
plastic
sir.
can? Okay. Plastic, I guess I would call it a jug, but whatever that's worth. But
yes,
it wasn't a metal oil. When I think of oil can, it don't matter what I think.
No, it wasn't the old school metal oil can. It was
Very good. Very good.
current model one.
All right. But anyway, you were satisfied that clearly that didn't have anything to do with what was going on in this case.
Yes, sir.
Because it had been there way longer than the body had been there.
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see if there was gas in it or even the smell of gas in it?
I personally did not. I don't know whether that was done or not. The lead detective may be able to answer.
Fair enough. And, all right. But was it processed? Did you say it was processed at all once you kind of made the determination that it just didn't seem to fit anything we were dealing with?
So it was collected still. I do not know whether or not it was processed. I don't believe it was, but I could not swear to that.
Fair enough. You certainly didn't do it yourself or
No, sir.
anybody to do it. Okay. All right. In checking for the citation for fingerprints, you said when that's done, it leaves a purple
Yes, sir.
substance on the paper sometimes?
Yes, sir. If the anhydrine reacts with any kind of oils or well, specifically the proteins that would be left behind by fingerprints, it will turn purple.
Okay. All right. And do you recall that there was any sort of purpleness left on the paper at all?
There was some slight purple on the paper, but there was nothing. There's no rich detail or anything to say this is a fingerprint.
Gotcha. Okay. And does that indicate to you that no one ever handled that piece of paper?
No, I mean it got there somehow, obviously.
Absolutely, somehow. But you weren't able to determine any way in which it got there, who handled it last.
Not without speculating, no.
Fair enough. All right, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
No, Judge.
All right, this witness is excused. You're excused and released from your subpoena. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Thomas Long.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court and that no pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Good.
If if you'll please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your name for the court reporter.
I'm Thomas Long, THOMAS LONG. I work for the State Fire Marshal's Office.
All right. Now, in what capacity do you work for the State Fire Marshal's Office?
Now I do criminal fraud cases, fireworks, propane, different aspects of our office.
Now, is this a particular unit within the Fire Marshal's Office?
Yes, sir.
Do they have a arson unit in particular within the Fire Marshal's Office?
Yes, sir, they do.
At any point, were you assigned to that unit?
When I first started, I was assigned to the arson unit.
And when was that?
March 1st, 2023.
All right. Now, in particular, what does the arson unit do with the Fire Marshal's Office?
When fire departments, when they get a fire looks suspicious or they just want somebody to look at it, then they'll call arson unit and they'll come in and look at the fire and do an investigation.
And when you say they, who do you mean?
There's 21, I think, throughout the state.
So what I mean by is, do local agencies request help
Yes.
in arson investigations? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, prior to going to the State Fire Marshal's office, what was your law enforcement experience?
I started with the Gilmer County Sheriff's Department in 2007. I went through basic jail school, then I went through basic mandate. I stayed at Gilmer County until 2010. Then I went to the city of East LJ. I stayed there from 2010 to 2021. And then I went to the city of Jasper. I was there from 21 to 2024. Then I got on with the state.
All right. So it sounds like you've been with a police department of some sort since 2007.
Yes.
Now, when did you become post-certified?
2009, July of 2009.
And are you currently still post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever lapsed?
No, sir.
All right. Now, prior to going to the Gilmer County Sheriff's Office, did you work as a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jurors about the training that you received as a firefighter?
I started in Gilmer County in 2001. I went through the I went to MPQ firefighter, which is a nationally certified firefighter in 2001. In 2005 is when I went to the fire academy and got my arson certification. Part of it is, there's two different steps to arson. There's arson 1 and there's arson 2. They're 80 hours apiece. So it's 2 weeks at the academy each. And I got those in 2000. I started arson 1 in 2005, and I believe it was 2007. It's been a day or two. I don't remember exactly when I got arson 2. And then I got my post certification soon after that. It's the post picked it up and gave me a certification in that.
And to this day, are you still arson certified?
Yes, sir.
Is that a kind of certification through the state?
Yes, sir.
And is that based off of continued education and trainings?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is there also some live experience that counts towards that as well?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to go back to arson certifications. Is there a difference between arson certified and certified in fire investigation?
It's pretty much the same. Just different organizations do the certification.
Now, your arson certification, I believe, began in 2007?
2005 when I took the first arson, and I think in 2011 is when Post accepted it and gave me my post certification.
Okay. Now, how long have you been arson certified?
Post certified or through the fire academy?
Both.
I started in 2005. Since 2007 with the fire academy to 2011, I believe it was 2011 with the post.
Perfect. Now, part of your certifications Do you have to take trainings in identifying things like electrical fire?
Yes, sir.
Does your training also include excluding electrical fire?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does your training also go towards evaluating fires dealing with houses, cars, and potentially just woods?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had training in accidental fires?
Yes, sir.
What about in the areas of pattern recognition?
Yes, sir.
Have you received training in things of the study of fire behavior?
Yes, sir.
Have you received training and studied the effect of fire and heat on various objects?
Yes, sir.
And part of your training, does that also include determining cause and origin of fires?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, generally speaking, what is an origin of a fire and a cause of fire?
A cause of the fire is what lit it, what sparked the fire. The origin is the area where the fire is located.
Now, we'll talk about origin in particular, but how do you go about determining where the origin of a fire began?
Most of the time, it's the worst burnt part of a house, a vehicle. It's the worst burnt part. That's where you fire. That's the area where you fire started.
Now, cause, what does it mean for a cause of fire, just generally?
Well, there's classification, there's accidental, there's natural, incendiary, and there's one more.
Undetermined?
Undetermined, yes.
All right. Now, let's walk through those categories. What classifies as an accidental fire?
Accidental fire would be like going to sleep with a cigarette on bed. That's an accident. It didn't have intent.
Is it more of a human act, but an unintentional
Yes.
human act? Now, what's a natural cause?
Lightning strike, usually weather, it's weather related, a natural fire, it's a natural cause.
Now, you mentioned the word incendiary. What does that mean?
That is a fire started by human, there's no doubt. It started by human. A sample of a incinerator fire would be a Molotov cocktail, which is a glass bottle filled with flammable liquid. With a wick, you light the wick, you throw it, it blows up, and fire goes everywhere. Molotov cocktail. That would be an incendiary fire, because it has to have human help.
Is that kind of an intentional human act that caused the
Yes.
fire?
Yeah.
Now, the last category, undetermined, what does that mean?
That's where you go to a single wide trailer that is just completely gone. There's nothing, you can't tell which end got burnt the worst. That's, we wrote it undetermined. There's no way to see where the fire started.
And is that just based off of how much damage has occurred to this
Yes.
location?
Yes.
Now, generally speaking, how do you go about an arson investigation when called to a scene?
When we arrive on scene, the first thing you do is assess the scene for scene safety, which most of the time the fire department and law enforcement already has the same shape, but we still have to go in, look at the whole scene. We take pictures outside the scene and move our way in, go from the least damage to the most damage. That's just a step we do.
Perfect. Now, I forgot to ask, have you investigated cases where an ignitable liquid has been used?
Yes.
Now, what is an ignitable liquid?
The definition, I'm not a chemist, but gasoline is not a liquid.
Right.
Lighter fluid, propane, Propane is a liquid. It becomes gas when it comes out the tank, but that's an ignitable liquid. Rubbing alcohol, ignitable liquid.
At this time, the state moves to qualify investigator Thomas Long as an expert in the area of fire origin and cause.
He certainly seems to be, no objection.
All right, you will be considered as an expert in those areas.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this case. Was your office notified of a fire off of Judge Erkin's August the 23rd, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Now, who had notified your office of that fire?
I think either Austell Fire Department or Austell Police Department notified.
So someone within the Austell organization?
Yes, they notified Assistant Chief Pate. He was the one. Back then, we didn't have a dispatch then. We have a dispatch now. So he had when they had a fire, they contacted the closest investigator, and he was the one they contacted.
All right. And so, in what capacity did you work on this fire investigation?
Well, I'd only been with the unit since March, and this was in August, so Chief Pate sort of threw me on the bus and gave me this case. So I was the lead investigator on the case, as far as the fire origin in college.
And so, whatever your findings would have went with the Cobb County Police Detective?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, did you actually respond to that scene off of Judge Erkin's?
Yes, sir.
Is that here in Cobb County?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay. Now, when did you arrive?
I think it was around 6 o'clock in the evening, somewhere in there. It's been 3 years. It's hard to remember back, but I think it's 5:45, 6 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
All right.
But I'm coming from North Georgia, LJ, so it took me a few minutes to get here.
Now, when you arrived on scene, who did you arrive on scene with?
Chief Pate had been on scene just a few minutes before I got there.
And when you arrived on scene, who else was on scene?
There was a lot of badges. There was a Cobb County crime scene unit, Cobb County detectives. I think Austell was there, Austell Fire Department. There was a lot of people on scene.
What about the coroner medical examiners?
I think the coroner was there. I'm pretty sure, yes, the coroner was there.
All right.
When I got there.
When you got there, was the car still on scene?
No, sir. The car had been towed.
And was that Henson record yard?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that shortly. But now, when it came to the scene, when you actually arrived, how did you start your arson investigation?
Well, we usually take pictures, and I don't think we took very many pictures. Cobb County has an amazing crime scene unit, and we worked with them, and they took all the pictures. I got a copy of all their pictures, and they got the pictures I took, which wasn't many. So pictures were taken. The deceased was still in there, and they wanted to run a K9. Chief Pate had a K9, and I had a K9. So.
Now, just to kind of clarify, were you there while the crime scene techs were taking the photographs of the scene?
Yes, sir.
And then prior to your testimony, did I show you this lump of
Yes,
photograph?
sir. Yes,
You
sir.
just flip through them, just make sure it's the same lump of photograph.
Yes, sir.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of the photographs that were taken while you were on scene of the crime scene that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 48 through 151 into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, states 48 through 151.
Now I'm going to go quickly through these. Now, starting with 48. Is that screen working in front of you?
Yeah, it's working.
All right. I know there's a glare right here, but can you see the bridge?
I can't see it because of the glare. I can see where the bridge is. Yes.
A little better. Well,
Yes, sir.
anyway, do you recognize this
Yes, sir.
area?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you took a left like if you turn the camera to the left, is this the area in 52 that you'd be looking?
Yes, sir.
And is this the area where the body was located?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, in what condition did you see the body?
She's laying on her back, and beside a log, there was several burnt pieces of wood that was stacked piled on top of her. Her clothes were burned off. A lot of stab wounds, and you know, you see stab wounds.
Was that you could see some stab wounds?
Yes, cut wounds.
Now, I'm going to fast forward through some of these photos. Did the crime scene techs, while y'all were investigating the scene, start marking evidence that,
Yes, sir.
that they were finding around the body?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to jump to State's Exhibit 97. Now, not the best picture, but as we're walking here, we see this yellow little thing right here.
Yes.
Is that one of the crime scene markers?
Yes, sir. I believe it is.
And then it's kind of difficult here
Yes.
in the glare again, but was there another marker right here?
Yes, sir.
And then the body that you've talked about, is it behind this log here?
Yes, sir. You can see the big log and then the little log. You can see how black they are, where they were burned, and you can actually see the body there.
Now, going back to State's Exhibit 97, I'm now going to show you what's here, State's Exhibit 98. Do you recognize this item here?
It was a wig.
And is that what's here in State's Exhibit 97?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked. State's Exhibit 97, and I just pointed to this marker here.
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 100, is that what we see in State's Exhibit 98?
I can't read it.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't read. I can't read it. Which 100? Yes. Yes.
Is that a yes that's what
Yes.
you
Down on
see?
the bottom right. Yes.
Okay. And what was this item to the best of your knowledge?
The best I remember, it was a citation or some kind of court record, I believe.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 102. Now, when you had arrived on scene, is this the condition that you saw Miss Couch in?
Yes, sir.
With all of these sticks and everything on top of the body?
Yes, sir.
And as you mentioned something about a canine, are you a arson canine handler?
Accelerator handler, yes.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
And have you had all the training to certify the dog in
Yes, sir.
accelerant?
At the time I did. I don't have a dog anymore, but at the time I did, yes.
Okay. And now you mentioned that you attempted to run a dog.
Chief Pate attempted to run his. It was a brand new dog. It was young. Hadn't had it 2 weeks, and when it saw the body, it freaked out and ran the other way.
Now, for the jurors, kind of explain what kind of training they receive and what they do if they find something like ignitable liquid.
I'm not sure how long the training is. We buy the dogs already trained. Our training is a week and a half with that dog. Most every dog alerts a little bit different. The one I had at the time, when he smelled flammable liquid or accelerant, he would put his nose on it and lay down. And if it was real strong, he'd put his nose on it and dig. You know, here it is. But that's the way most of them alert. They'll put their nose on it and they'll lay down.
Now, in this case, when the dog, Chief Pate's dog, was run by the body, what happened?
When he brought the canine in around, I think he brought it in from the feet, and when he come around, the dog saw the body and just would not work. Stopped right there, run back out. We brought him back in after the body was removed, and he still freaked out, so we put him back up. So.
And with the dog not being able to be run, how do you start the next steps of your investigation?
We take soil samples, and I think we took a couple of soil samples under where the body was at.
And now, kind of the process in which takes place, are photographs periodically taken as things are removed off of the body?
Yes.
And is that all done kind of with detectives and the medical examiner's office? Or coroners?
With the fire samples, we wear gloves, we got cans and nylon bags. We set the can, put a nylon bag in the can, put it like you do a trash can, and put it on where we're going to take the sample. We take a new set of gloves, lay out, and take a picture with a marker. That's number one. That's the way we used to do our scene pictures, taking these. I think Cobb County already had, the crime scene unit already had a picture graph going, so they took our pictures as we got the samples.
All right. Now, I'm just going to change angles here at 106. So, for the jurors, can you kind of explain to us how your origin examination of this situation was conducted?
What if you look?
And I have a pointer if you want to.
Do what?
I have a pointer so you can show the jurors what you're talking about.
You can stand up, it's fine.
If you look up here, Bud Bunny, there's no fire damage, nothing burning. If you go down here, you got all this right here that's been burned. You can't really see that picture real good on here, but there's a lot of heavy char on several of these. We can see some heavy char right there on several of these logs where it looked like it was piled up in lit.
Now, with your evaluation of this scene, were you able to exclude any type of electrical fire that occurred in this area?
Not there, no.
Did you find any type of electronics or anything to the sort?
No, sir.
Now, what was the weather like that day, if you remember?
Hot, but I don't remember if it was humid. It hadn't rained, I think. The best I can remember.
And that's was there any lightning strikes that day?
No, sir.
Now, based off of, were you able to exclude an electrical fire?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to exclude an actual fire?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to exclude undetermined?
Yes, sir.
And how were you able to exclude an undetermined fire here?
There's nothing around her. That had to have human help. There's no other way around it.
And so the way that you described that, would you say that there was an incendiary fire?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in addition to the cause, the origin, where would you say, in your expert opinion, where the main origin of this fire was started?
It appears to be at her feet. At the very front of the, right here. This area right here. Now, as far as the exact point of origin, it's hard to get an exact point of origin. Area of origin right there.
Now, obviously what we see in State's Exhibit 106, she still has all of the branches on her. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 115 as the branches were removed. Is that what we see in 115 here?
Yes, sir.
And the branches, does that kind of uncover a little bit more into your investigation?
Yes, sir. It's got, you can see the fire a little better around her. On the ground here, you can see the fire a little better. After everything was took off of her.
Now, what we see here, that the left leg of Ms. Couch do we see less clothing on the left leg than we do the right leg?
Yes, sir.
Does that help you in your determination of where this fire began?
It does, and to a point, but the heavy burning, there's, I mean, it started as, to me, the fire started at the bottom of the feet in that area, because it burnt up around her legs. This is melted skin on this. This is melted skin. Really close melted to her.
Now, you also had mentioned that you had observed some stab wounds. Can we see that here?
Yes, sir.
And
You see cut wounds on her stomach. Looks like a stab wound. Good cut. I think this was a cut. I don't. This is simple name.
And we'll hear from the medical examiner's office later, but from your initial observation, you could tell there were other wounds outside of the burn marks.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, once she was removed, or all the branches were removed from her body, was she removed from that location so that you could collect soil samples?
Yes.
All right. And so the soil samples that you collected, were they in that general area where you believe the origin of this fire was?
Yes, sir.
And potentially beneath her?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 124. Is this just one of the photographs of when the body was removed from that location? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 128. And you kind of see the stacking log at the bottom here. Is this partial of the area where the body was located at the beginning?
Yes, sir. It is.
Now we see Ms. Couch in the back left of this photograph. What is she laying on at that point?
I think she laid on either a sheet or the body bag. I don't remember.
And is that part of the removal of her body from
Yes.
this location to her next location, the medical examiner's
Yes.
office? And is that process of her removal from the wooded area onto the sheet and into the body bag all photographed?
Yes, sir. It was.
And ultimately, was she then placed into a body bag?
Yes, sir.
Now showing you what's marked in State's Exhibit 150. Is this just the top layer of that body bag?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once she was removed from that location, or from the area where you saw the burning area, did you actually collect soil samples?
Where the body was at?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And were photographs of your actual collection taken?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 153 through 182. Now, before you look at those, let me ask you just a couple more questions. Did you actually start an investigation over by where the car was?
We actually went in.
Let me ask you this. Did you go over the area where the car
Yes,
was?
sir, we did. Yes.
And did you collect soil samples from where the car was?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were those also photographed?
Yes, sir.
All right. What I'm showing you, I don't remember the exhibit numbers, but the stack of photos here are those fair and accurate photographs of your soil collecting from the body area and the car area.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 153 through 182.
No objection.
Admitted without objection, 153 through 182.
Now showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 157. Are you in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this you right here?
Yes, I'm going to get the sample.
Now, is this the area where the body was located?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to jump forward in State's Exhibit 158. Is this kind of a photograph of you collecting soil?
Yes, sir, it is.
So for the jurors, can you kind of identify what you're doing and what the procedure is?
That bag is in that can. It's a nylon bag. It keeps the chemical in longer than just in the can itself. We got a big area right there. If you can see it where the can is, we took a pretty good sample. We can see how full the can is. We put that down, and if we have a K9 there, we take the K9 out, which I don't think we did on this one because the K9 didn't work. Normally we would use a K9, but we didn't on this one.
Right. Now, ultimately, did you collect the soil and for what purpose?
To check for accelerants, flavor liquids.
And for the jurors, I mean, what is that process? What do you do?
That's sealed up in that can, it's zip tied in that bag, pushed down in, can sealed, put evidence tape on it. We write the case number, all the information on the can, and we take them to Fast Labs in Lawrenceville.
All right. And I'm going to jump to 168. I'm sorry, what is Fast Lab?
That's our chemist. He does all of our samples.
And when you say chemist that does all your samples, does Fast Labs conduct the analysis for testing for ignitable liquids in samples? All right. In State's Exhibit 168, is this kind of like the final collection of that area?
Yes.
Right.
There's the gloves I wore. The lid's got the case number on it. The trial that I got the sample with, and you see the sample with the stuff in it.
Now, you mentioned the gloves. Why do you mention them?
We change gloves out every time because we don't want to contaminate a different area. If there's something on this area here, we don't want to put it on this area here. So we change gloves out every time.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 169. For the jurors, where are you located here?
We're in the power line, and that is the area where the vehicle was located.
And what are you doing here in this location?
We're taking a sample. Now Zeus, the dog, did alert here. I don't remember if we run him first or last, but I don't. But we had positive samples here with the dog.
Right.
We call them positive samples. I don't mean they're positive for flammable liquids, but if a dog alerts, that's positive to us. Then we have to take them to a chemist to prove whether we're right or wrong. But that we get the sample. I think we got 2 samples out here where the car was at.
So let's just backtrack a little bit. So you did run a K9 in this location?
I'm pretty sure we run a K9 on this one. And that's probably 30, 40 yards from where Miss Couch was laying. Out in the open.
All right. Now, you said that you collected samples, so I'm going to jump to State's Exhibit 172. Is this a similar picture of this location that we kind of saw at the body location?
Yes.
Sorry, that was a bad question. Are you doing the same process in collecting soil in the car location that you were doing in the body location?
Same process, different gloves.
And so what we're seeing here, this is a different can, different gloves, different tools, and everything like that.
Yes, same tool. We cleaned the tool.
Okay.
Use same tool.
And was that entire process of you collecting soil photographed?
Yes, sir.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 182. Is this that final photograph of your kind of
yes, sir,
final submission, I guess, collection of soil?
Yes, sir, I think it is.
And just as a whole, the samples that were collected from the body location and the car location, were those submitted to Fast Labs to be tested for ignitable liquid?
Yes.
Now, obviously, the car wasn't at this location.
No, sir.
Where was it?
Henson Record Service.
All right.
That's where it was towed to.
And did you travel to that location?
We did go over there. We did put the dog in the vehicle. No alerts in the vehicle. That's not strange for a vehicle, but there was no alerts in the vehicle.
Now, what were your general observations of the car when you saw the car?
The back of the vehicle was burned up pretty bad. The passenger area, the front fenders still had color to them. The hood still had color to it. I think the tires on the front tires, I think, still had air. It's been 3 years. The back tires were burned off.
And generally speaking, was this car pretty burnt?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 183 through 257. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are these photographs of your examination of the vehicle at the Henson wrecker lot?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 183 through 257 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted without objection, 183 through 257.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 183. Here, and what are we seeing here?
What do we see here?
Yeah.
The back of the vehicle.
In the back of the vehicle, do we even see a license plate?
No.
And is that based off of the damage that it had?
I'm unfamiliar on that one. That's something, I don't know if it was removed or it burnt. I don't remember seeing a license plate.
All right. Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 184. Is this just a closer view of it?
Yes,
Of the
sir.
trunk? So yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 185. What side of the car do we see here?
The driver's side, rear.
Now these photographs, is it typical for y'all to take photographs of the exterior of the vehicle before doing any types of searching?
It is. You can see different patterns and different things on the vehicle. If you'll notice the brown on the top of the trunk and on the top of the vehicle itself, that's oxidation. That's where there's the hottest part of the fire. That's where the chemicals change the color of the paint. The pattern on the this is sort of a pattern right here. If that door was shut, is there a picture of the door shut?
Yeah.
I believe there's a pattern on one of these doors.
Well, this is just 187. I don't know if that's a better picture of it.
You see the swirls? That's oxidation. That's sort of the fire that really, really hot. And it's a chemical reaction to what it is.
And kind of what we see here, we see what you're saying is the oxidation, and we see this red part here.
You still got paint down there.
And what does that indicate to you?
The fire was high.
And what does that mean?
I think the fire was started in the back seat. That's where I think the fire. Now, as far as the exact point of origin, the area of origin, back seat.
All right. And I'm going to continue working through the car. In State's Exhibit 188, did looking at the front of the car help you with your analysis of?
If you see this line right here, that's partial V pattern. On house fires, car fires, any kind of fire, if you start a fire in the corner, there's gonna be a V. There's gonna be markings on the wall where the heat has went up. It's called a V pattern. That's what that is. That's a partial V pattern going down.
And with that V pattern, is it actually in your experience that the bottom of the V kind of points to that origin?
It points to usually the point of our origin, but it could be just the area of origin.
Now, I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 189. What part of the car do we see here?
Yeah, the front end.
Now, how would you describe the damage to the front end?
There's not a lot of fire damage. Heat, maybe, but not fire damage. The headlight's not even melted. The headlight's still intact. There's plastic down here, and none of it's melted. It's up here, this is plastic. It's starting to get hot on this side over here, but there's nothing in the front, which to me, I can rule out electrical.
And that was going to be my next question. In the State's Exhibit 191, do you look at, when you're evaluating a car for a fire, is the motor compartment of the vehicle of interest to you?
Yes, there's the battery. Battery's still intact.
Is it this right here?
Yes.
Now, with the battery still intact, and the condition of this motor compartment of the vehicle, in your expert opinion, were you able to rule out that the fire came from the engine?
Yes.
Now, with the condition of the front of the vehicle, and the patterns that you've seen on the exterior of the car, did that start your investigation into the car?
The pattern is oxidation, and I think the next picture, I think, on the right side of the vehicle over here. Oxygen.
193.
There you go. This is all oxidized. All up there on that, where you see it change colors, that's where it got so hot, and it's a chemical reaction is what it is. And it changes, as dark as it is, it's oxidation.
In States 194, the oxidation is this kind of the bottom right of the front passenger.
Yes.
And then moving on to States Exhibit 195, is this a better picture of showing that kind of discoloration and the calcification?
The fire started right here, in this area, in the back seat. You can tell by the way the door is damaged. The door, nothing's left of the door. The heavy oxidation on the roof, the side here, this here, that the fire started that back seat.
And I want to show this picture here, going back to 194. Does this wheel have its tire still, the rubber?
The tire's still on it, yes.
Now moving to States Exhibit 196, is this the same side, just the back tire?
Yes.
And based off of the damage, is that helpful in your determination as to where this fire began?
Yes, that was the hottest part of the fire.
And now we do see that the gas, hole there is located there. Would that have added fuel to this fire?
It could have, yes. The fumes could have.
Now, and just for the jurors' kind of understanding, is the gasoline itself the accelerant, or is it the fumes coming off the gasoline? That's most volatile.
Both.
All right.
It don't take much for a vapor to ignite, but it takes a little bit for gas to ignite.
Now I'm showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 198. Where into the vehicle do we see here?
I think that's the back window with the speakers.
Is this just capturing kind of the back cab area through the back window?
Yes.
Now, we've already kind of talked about natural causes in this case. Were you able to rule out a natural causes to this fire as it related to the car?
Yes, sir.
And then electrical, we've already went through that, but part of your analysis, did you also look all around the car to the electrics in the back, in the trunk area?
Yes.
was there any indication that this fire was started through an electrical fire?
No, sir.
Now, were photographs taken of the interior of the vehicle once you were done with the or exterior?
One more time. What was your question?
Was more intense photos of the interior taken
As we were digging the stuff out of it, yes.
Right. At some point, while y'all were taking pictures of the car at the wrecker service, did you actually think that it should be processed at the crime scene shed?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
They were still talking about different items that they were trying to find of Ms. Couch's, and we talked to the Cobb County detective, and they said, hey, take it over to our shed, and it'll be covered, and they got tools, so we took them up on our offer. And I think they wanted to process the inside of it too. So it was sort of a team effort with us and them. They had a couple helping us, and myself and Chief Pate.
And so ultimately was a decision made to have the car taken from the wrecker service to the crime scene shed for further processing?
Yes, sir.
Is that because y'all would have had more tools and ability to actually process this car at the crime scene shed versus the wrecker service?
And it was more secure.
Right. At this time, I'm showing you what's marked State Exhibit 280 through 374. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the crime shed processing of the Dodge Dart that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked State's Exhibit 280 through 374.
Objection.
If any without objection, states 280 through 374.
And I'm going to try to go very quickly through these. State's Exhibit 280, is this just the front of the car?
Yes.
And then were photographs taken as you kind of circled the car as well?
They took many photographs.
At this time, I'm showing you 282. This is the front front seat area of the car.
Yes.
Now, within the car, based off of the damage, in your expert opinion, where in particular inside the car did you say that this fire started?
Behind the passenger side front seat in the back seat area.
So in State's Exhibit 284, are you saying in this area here?
No, more towards up. It was in the seat area.
In the seat of the front passenger?
No, the right rear passenger. The passenger rear.
Sorry, is that not?
Yeah, that area.
Okay. Now, part of your processing, you kind of mentioned that they had more tools. What did you need tools for?
When that stuff, when a car fire, when the plastic and foam rubber and everything burns, it melts. And it gets into big clumps and it gets hard, and we had to have screwdrivers, hammers, chisels to bust that apart to find things in that fire. We had to break the floorboard up, the seats up, the dash. It was all melted in just big globs. We haven't had sawzalls. We was having to cut here and then break it off. It was a day.
And when you say it was a day, was it difficult to get things out of the floorboards and everything like that?
Yes.
Due to the melting of
Yes.
the fire? Now, just generally, what types of items were you able to locate within the vehicle?
I think we found a pair of Miss Couch's roller skates, the roller skate tool, scissors, several clothing items. I think we found a key fob. But all of it was photographed and turned over to Cobb.
And I'm going to show you, I know you mentioned the scissors. I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 298.
Yes.
Were these those scissors that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And what is all of this that we're kind of seeing?
I'm not real sure. It's melded plastic. I'm not sure what's melded around it.
And is this the part of the
That's
left
one of the
this
blades,
item?
yes. That's the blade.
Sorry, what?
That's the blade.
Got it.
Yes.
And where was this located, to the best of your knowledge?
The best I remember, it was located in the front floorboard.
I think I just skipped over that picture. Okay. State's Exhibit 297. Is this the front passenger side?
Yes.
It's hard to tell. When you say you have to chisel, are you saying through like all of this stuff here?
We tried to break all of that up just to see what was in it, to see if we could find anything that might help in the investigation.
And was it your goal to just be able to recover whatever it was because you didn't know it was important?
Our goal was to maybe find the murder weapon, maybe find something that would help the detectives in the case itself. That was our goal.
In your experience as an arson investigator, in your job, have you found people have used fire to try to get rid of evidence?
Absolutely, yes.
And is that a successful way in a lot of times of getting rid of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't want to go through all of these photos again, but I'm going to point out I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 310. Where in the car are we looking here?
The front drivers.
And then 311, is this kind of a zoomed in area of the drivers?
Yes.
And then 312, another zoomed in area.
Yes, sir.
And I know in 313, we kind of start zooming in on some type of item here. Were you able to identify whatever this was?
It looked like a shoe.
Now I'm showing you Smart States Exhibit 315, just kind of when you were able, I guess, to unlodge it.
Yes.
Now going to States Exhibit 331, where in the vehicle are we looking here?
Trunk of the vehicle.
And then States Exhibit 333,
Trunk.
and within the trunk, in States 334, were you able to locate some additional shoes.
Yes, sir.
And then down here at the bottom, what size were these shoes?
4s, it looked like.
State's Exhibit 335. Ooh, got a better picture of it. Of the 4.
Yes.
And then was the photograph of the shoe kind of all the way around the shoe. The photograph taken of all parts of the shoe.
Yes, sir.
337, is this just kind of one of the sides of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And do we see that fire damage to the shoe?
Yes, sir.
You also mentioned that you found skates. Is that correct?
Roller skate, yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 345. Is this the top of one of the skates? I know it's kind of hard to tell. But
It appears it is, yes.
346, probably a better picture. Probably
Yes, sir.
Started with that one.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 347. Is this the bottom of the
Yes.
skate?
Yes, sir.
Then were photos taken of the rest of that skate?
Yes, sir, I think there was.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 352. This is another one of those skates.
Yes, sir.
And then were photographs taken of all of that skate. Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 355. Now, is this a more intact skate that was found?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 357. Now, it's a little difficult to see, but is there writing right here?
It appears to be something wrote, yes.
And maybe if I can hand it to you. I know the glare on that screen is difficult. But in State's Exhibit 357, are you able to read the name?
Beauty.
And then at the back of it, the back right of it, is there another name?
Katie. This one up here?
Yep.
There's Katie. Kate.
And so I'll show you again on here. State's Exhibit 357. Does it say Beauty right here?
Yes, sir, it does.
And then Kate?
Yes.
For the best of what you can see right here?
Yes, it does.
All right. Was that skate continuously photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
And then were some book bag related items found?
I think there was a roller skate tool. It's made to adjust wheels on the roller skate. We found one of them.
Well, we'll get to that, but I want to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 361. Was this part of some of the items found within the car?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your ability, can you decipher what this is?
Honestly, I don't remember what that was.
Does it look in State's Exhibit 363 some type of
I'm gonna object if he's just gonna tell me what it is.
Fair objection.
fair objection? All right, we'll withdraw. But you did mention a skate tool.
Yes.
All right. Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 354. Is that skate tool?
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 365. Where are we in the car here?
The front passenger seat looks like.
And then zooming in, 366, what are we seeing here?
Shoes,
367, what do we see here?
shoes.
And then were those taken out from there?
I believe there was, yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 368. Is that one of the shoes?
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 373. Is this, oop, I don't know where to go. What was the size of the shoe?
Looks like 5. Well, it may be, Europe is 5, that one's 4.
Alright.
Or vice versa.
Now that whole process of you looking through the back seat, the front seat, around the car, in the trunk, and everywhere, is that all captured in all these photographs?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, in your expert opinion, based on your evaluation of the car, what was the cause of this fire?
It was incendiary. Yeah, it had help.
And when you say it had help,
Human help.
all right. And then, in your expert opinion, where was the origin of that fire?
In the back right rear seat. Passenger side rear.
Now, we previously talked about you collecting samples and
Yes, sir.
submitting those samples to Fast Lab.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive those results?
Yes,
from
sir.
Fast Lab? At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 375 through stipulation with Defense Counsel. The Fast Lab report, in this case by Douglas Bryan, or Biden, sorry.
That's correct, we're stipulating to that before.
Are we going to do a written stipulation to that effect? I'll prepare one. Thank you. Or you can not object to it being admitted.
I'm not objecting to it, I'm just relating to it, so it'll be an evidence. I'm fine anyway though.
It's admitted.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 375. What do we see up here at the top?
That's just Doug's, well, it's just the Fast Lab, Forensic and Scientific Testing Lab. That's their license number, I believe.
And does it have your name here?
Yes, sir.
And so how does it work to get something tested that you collected? Do you drive it there? Do you mail it? What do you do?
You can mail it certified mail, but I've always drove mine there.
All right. And so in this case, of all the samples that you collected, did you drive those samples to Fast Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you drop them off for testing for ignitable liquids in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, do we also see a little bit about you and what was requested?
And it's got my case number. I'm requesting a ignitable liquid residue test.
And then over here, the delivery method, what does it say?
I carried it to them.
All right. Now, when was this evidence delivered?
It was delivered the next morning.
All right. Now, I want you to scroll down a little bit in 375. What all items did you submit to Fast Lab?
The soil samples from where the car was at and under Miss Couch. I also attended the autopsy, and I got samples of her scalp, skin scrapings from her thigh, from her foot, right chest, the blue undersheet that was under her, around the bra, her underwear remains, pant remains, and her shirt remains.
All right. And so just to kind of clarify, you attended the ME's autopsy of Miss Couch.
Yes, sir.
Did you collect all those items from the ME yourself?
Yes, the ME processed them and handed them to me.
And then you took those items along with the soil samples that you collected from the body scene and the car scene and took them all to the fast labs together.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now all of these items that you just mentioned here, are they all, were they all requested for ignitable liquid testing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, down here at the bottom, were they able to conduct that testing?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to have to flip back and forth. Now, in this section here, what does this say?
No ignitable liquid residue was detected. Items 2, 3, and 4.
All right. So let's look at items 2. What was item 2?
Skin scraping from a right thigh.
And then 3.
Skin scraping from her left foot.
And then 4.
Plastic bag containing skin scraping from the right chest.
And so those 3 items, based off of the results, were ignitable liquids found?
No.
All right. Now, to the next result here, what does this line say?
Gasoline was present in items 1, 1A, 2A, 5, 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D.
All right. Now, kind of walking through the list here. Item 1, what was item 1?
Plastic bag containing scalp and hair collected from the victim.
And so that item, did that have gasoline on it?
Yes, it did.
1A.
That's the dirt around where the vehicle was at.
And then did the area where the vehicle was burned have gasoline?
Yes.
Now, is that surprising to you?
No, because it's a vehicle.
Vehicles have gas?
Vehicles normally have gas in them.
All right. Then moving to 2A.
That's
what was 2A?
Underneath where Miss Couch was laying.
Is this the debris that you collected
Yes.
underneath her body?
Yes.
And did the dirt beneath her body have gasoline?
Yes.
Then,
See, 2, 3, and 4 is the ones that didn't have gas, correct? So everything else on that list was positive for gasoline.
sorry, I lost myself. All right, here we go. Then number 5, what was number 5?
Plastic bag containing plastic bag with a blue undersheet. I think that's what they had her covered with. I don't remember that, where the blue sheet come in at, but I think it's what they had her covered.
Would that be part of the body bag kind of
Yes,
situation?
yes,
Okay. And did that blue undersheet have gasoline?
yes.
Then 6A, what was 6A?
Gallon metal can containing blue undersheet, and bra material. Folks left her a bra that didn't burn off.
And did the blue undersheet and bra remains have gasoline on it?
Yes, sir.
6B, what was the 6B?
Quart metal can containing blue undersheet and underwear remains.
And did the
Yes,
blue undersheet
it was
underwear
positive for
remains
gasoline.
have gasoline on it?
Yes, sir.
And 6C, what was 6C?
Gallon metal can containing blue undersheet and shirt remains.
6C?
6C?
6C.
Oh, it contained blue undersheet, and pants remains.
All right, and did 6C have gasoline on it?
Yes.
And then the last one, 6D, what was 6D?
Gallon metal can containing blue undersheet and shirt remains.
And did the blue undersheet and shirt remains have gasoline on it?
Yes.
All right. So based off of your evaluation, was there gasoline present as to where the body was found?
Yes.
And then, in addition to her body in particular having gasoline on it?
Yes.
All right. Now, that information, did you then relay that information to detectives in this case?
Yes, we did.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Your witness.
Is investigator the proper title to refer to you as, investigator Long, or?
That's fine.
Okay, fair enough. So, you've been doing this a while,
Yes.
and although you had only joined the unit a few months before this
Yes, sir.
incident in August, right?
Yes, sir.
And just when you come to a scene and you've been invited there by the police department, are you given some information on the front end about kind of the context of what they know about it at that point already, or did they just say, hey, we got a fire, come tell us what you can?
It's like flipping a coin. Sometimes we get information, sometimes we don't. So I personally, I don't like getting a lot of information. I like seeing the information and finding it. Now, if I miss something, I'm glad somebody comes in and shows me.
You like prefer to be independent to just kind of do your analysis without anybody else telling you anything. Gotcha. So when you're coming upon this scene, the way you described it, I want to make sure I understand it in the right order. Did you go to the body first and do that examination before you went to the area where the car had been?
I think we walked through the entire scene first before we done anything.
Okay.
Just to get a look of the area, the landscape, and all that.
And we say the entire scene, you're talking about going down into the area where the car had been, then
Yes.
going up into the woods.
Yes. And, you know, I was 4 months in to this unit, so I was still being shown different things, so.
Sure. The other person that we see in some of these photographs, what is that gentleman's name?
Chief Steve Pate.
He was your boss.
He is the assistant chief of the arson unit.
Still your boss, I guess.
No,
He's not
no,
now.
I work for a different unit now.
Could you please spell that name for me, please?
Pate, P-A-T-E.
Thank you.
Common name Steve, S-T-V.
Do you have the photographs that you were just looking at? All right, here we go. Find y'all's picture here. The state's 157. That's you and Mr. Pate, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you're the one that's got the gloves on and doing the real work.
Yes,
That's
sir.
per se.
Yes, sir.
And this is state's 170. Again, this is you on the left and Mr. Pate on the right with a little
Yes,
bit of
sir.
flashlight in his pocket.
Yes, sir.
I noticed he doesn't have any gloves on in his hands at this point in time. Is that simply because you're the one digging around the dirt, getting the stuff, and he's not?
He's not touching no evidence.
Gotcha, okay. Now, you say he's not touching the evidence. What about your feet? I don't have any sort of covers on your feet. Is that standard?
That's standard.
Okay. Now, you walk into scenes all the time, and you're doing this sort of thing.
We usually wear fire boots,
Right.
but this scene wasn't necessarily, the fire boots wasn't necessary in this scene.
And just so we know, what are fire boots? Why would you wear
It's firefighter boots. You know, they're knee high. They put under the bunker gear. Most of the time they're leather. Ours are leather. Fire resistant fire boots.
They just help protect your pants and whatnot from the debris and stuff you might be.
And saves your expensive shoes.
So, but these shoes you're wearing, are these just work shoes that you have, or are these just your own personal shoes you have to be wearing that day?
These are work shoes.
So these are the ones you wear from scene to scene when you're not wearing fire boots.
Yes, sir.
And so as you go, you've been to other scenes where you found gasoline in the dirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're not having concern of maybe picking up any of that gasoline in those other scenes, being on your shoes, and then transferring them to this scene?
No, sir, because I don't like gasoline in my vehicles.
Uh-huh.
So, and there was we carried a tank of water with a pump in the back of our trucks, and we washed our shoes very good when we got done with the scene.
So what we're seeing here is your shoes washed very good. Is that what you're telling us?
Which one?
The ones you were wearing that day. Had you washed them really good already?
Prior to that scene, yes.
Okay, very good. And again, that's just you we see in 170.
It's wore out.
Fair enough, because you want them a lot.
Yeah.
Right, did a whole bunch of scenes, right?
Oh, yeah.
When we see the picture of there's other picture, I'm really trying to find start with 169. This is the two of y'all down there where the car was. And again, you're the one wearing the hat, and Mr. Page is not. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, y'all don't even have gloves on at this point in time, but this is because y'all haven't started digging around. In
We
the dirt.
haven't started digging.
What is it that y'all were doing at that point?
Do what now?
What is it y'all were doing at that point?
We were looking at little pellets. Looked like they come out of a catalytic converter. We were just looking at them.
Okay. And 182, I always see the gloves off. You said you do that in between different things to make sure you don't contaminate between.
Each sample gets new gloves.
Excuse me. Do those go into the bucket?
No, sir, they do
What
not.
happens to those?
We throw them away.
Okay. All right. And this is the lid that you're going to put on that bucket ultimately.
Yes,
That's the
sir.
soil sample inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the area where the car was, where the lid's laying there on the ground?
I believe it is, yes.
Is there any way, and you're getting that sample of being able to date how long, whatever gas you found in the dirt, how long that gas has been there?
Our chemist could probably tell you, but I'm not a chemist,
Okay.
so I have no clue.
All right. And, but you use that as part of your calculation and your opinion, because there is some gas in the dirt that it has something to do with this fire. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Even though it may have been there long before the fire even happened. You just don't know.
Well, you don't know.
Fair enough. And you indicated that you're not surprised to find fire around where cars burn because cars tend to have gasoline in them.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And it may be obvious, but let's just connect the dots. You're suggesting in the midst of a fire, the gas line and or tank might be punctured and the gas itself might flow out?
It can, yes.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that. You're not surprised to find.
Yes.
Is that one?
I mean, yeah,
One of the
there's
reasons.
if you drive a gas powered vehicle, there's going to be gas in the vehicle.
Gotcha.
It might one of the rubber hose going to the carburetor or to the front of the vehicle could melt and drop gas. Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay. Could be any number of things mechanically wrong with the car, having nothing to do with what happened at the starting of the fire. Possibly.
I guess yes.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you mean by that.
Yes.
Right? In other words, you're not excluding the possibility that some gas you got on the scene maybe just come from the car in the midst of it burning, whatever caused the fire.
On the vehicle, I'm not. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not doubting the vehicle part. No.
Sure. I'm talking about the dirt,
The dirt where the vehicle was at.
where you got the soil samples that found gas.
I don't remember exactly where we got the soil sample, exactly where the car was sitting at. There's a reason we got the sample.
Sure. Sure.
And I don't, it's been 3 years. I don't know.
And the car wasn't even there when you got there, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. But you were pointing in the direction of where the car was.
Yes, sir. You
Did
can
they
see
show
where
you-
the car was.
Did they show you some pictures of it so you
No,
could
sir.
say, okay. But you took the word for it, that's where
Yes,
the
sir.
car was. Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. And then the area of the body, where the body was. So you mentioned this in the testing, that there are several of these samples that have this blue undersheet with some, each one of those items have a blue undersheet and some clothing items. You recall that?
Yes.
And this is blue undersheet. I think we saw it in a picture. So the body was there when you got there, correct?
Yes.
You did see the body.
Yes.
And did we not see a picture of the body kind of in the background? So that blue sheet underneath it?
I think it was on the body bag in that picture.
See if I can find that.
I believe it was white. And I think the sheet was used to lift the body. That's normally how they do it.
They either pick the body up or they put the body, well, body got put on the sheet somehow, whether they put it underneath and picked her up or they picked her up and put it on the sheet.
They roll her and put her on the sheet.
I'll find that picture. Let me check my notes. I wrote it down.
I think it's in this stuff.
Let me get a number and then I'll check. All right, which second you think it is over here? Okay. The clerk is usually the best at keeping track of everything else, so that's. All right, State's 128. We saw it earlier. And so this is the blue under sheet that we see underneath the body that you're referring to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's, you got that at the point of the autopsy. You didn't get it under the scene. Is that the autopsy when you got the?
I got his
items
medicine
of clothing?
tender, yes.
Okay.
Okay, you guys cannot talk over each other. Our court reporter's gotta take it down. You're the expert here, Mr. Lumpkin, in the cross-examination, so I'm gonna look to you on making sure we don't do that anymore.
Very good. I will try to finish my question and then I'll look to you for the answer.
Okay.
And he is correct with that. Just let him finish. I know you sometimes might anticipate what he's gonna say, but let him finish.
So that sheet, you did not have any indication that sheet was present at the time of the fire being started, correct?
Ask me one more time. What was that question?
That blue sheet that the body is on. Did you see them actually unfold that and put that out before they put the body on it?
No, sir, I didn't.
It was not underneath the body when you got on the scene, correct?
I believe it was over the body. I think it was, had the body covered up.
Ah, okay, all right. Did you see them move it off
The
so
best
you
I
could see the
remember.
body?
The best I remember. No, sir, I didn't see him move it off. Typically, on fires like that, when a body is burned, you can't grab an arm and pick the body up because the skin falls off. It melts.
Sure.
Typically, they use a sheet. They'll roll the body, put a sheet under it, roll the body back, and use that sheet to lift the body. That's what they've done here.
Okay, and that's my question. You saw that happen in whatever form it happened.
I didn't see that happening. No, I didn't see him put the sheet under her. We got pictures in the body bag after the body was removed, but I didn't see him take the sheet and put it under. No.
However it got there, that sheet has been in and around the body before it got sent, pieces of it, to your lab.
Yes.
Okay. And those pieces of clothing and articles are wrapped in that sheet that's been in and around that body and on the ground with that body, correct?
Yes.
Based on the picture we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything about that sheet that you know that is somehow retardant to make sure the chemicals that are on that body or on the ground or in those clothes don't get mixed in from that sheet onto those items? In other words, is that sheet, well, you didn't provide the sheet, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So whether or not some gasoline got on that sheet as the body was being rolled over onto it before any of the clothing items got put with it, you simply don't know that because you didn't provide the sheet.
No, sir, I did not.
And you did not move the body.
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So, but we do know from the testing that there's gasoline found in those items where that sheet has been with those clothing items. and the other items as indicated in your report.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as far as all the shoes and roller skates and whatnot, did all those items appear to be about the same foot size that you saw? A small, consistent with a small female foot?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's some of the items that, like the black shoes we saw and some of the skate that aren't burned, even though the other stuff is charred and melted. Is there an explanation for why some of those things burn and some do not?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, with regards to the burning of the car, I'm not sure I get this clear. Do I understand you correctly to say states 188, that door, that this darker color opposed to the white color is an indication of the direction the fire went?
No.
Okay.
That's from the paint melting off. It's called oxidation. It's chemical reaction. The harder the fire, the deeper, and the oxidation sticks out more the hotter the fire. Does that make sense?
Well, it must, because you said it. I may not understand it, but I'm sure it makes sense. I'll make sure these ladies and gentlemen understand. Looking at that door, what conclusion do you draw from the, what I would call darker gray as opposed to the yellowish white side of the door?
The fire comes from the back of the vehicle.
And how do you make that decision?
You look at the damage to the roof of the vehicle, the doors of the vehicle. The fire was up high in the vehicle, in the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
I mean, your hood's not even damaged hardly.
I get that. This discoloration, is that anything, does that mean something to you about where the fire was?
That's the oxidation, the discoloration.
All right. And we see that again in 189?
Yes.
And you don't think that's just the shadow of the shed cover
No, sir.
coming across the top of the car?
No, sir.
Okay. It's coincidence that just lines up exactly with that shadow on the floor.
No, sir. That's a fire pattern.
Okay. Fair enough.
We're gonna need to take our mid-afternoon break. Is this a good time, or
That's fine.
is
Yes,
this
ma'am.
an okay time? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our mid-afternoon comfort break now. So you have 15 minutes. It's not a phone break, though. All right, let's take 15 minutes for a comfort break, folks. of the jury, I have lodged a complaint about the temperature. So I'm telling you that I've lodged a complaint about the temperature. So tomorrow you might want to bring layers, because we only know how to make it uncomfortable one way or make it uncomfortable the other way. So my suspicion is that tomorrow will be quite chilly in this courtroom, which then I'll complain again. All right, Mr. Lumpkin, back to you.
Did you want to take a vote from the jury, Your Honor?
Nope, I made the executive decision to complain.
I tried. All right. Investigative law.
Yes.
Looking at states 199, there was some pointing and whatnot in an earlier photograph that may have been a little confusing, but I want to try to clear that up. In your opinion, the origin of the fire in the passenger back right area of the car. Is that correct?
It's more towards the front passenger area. It's in the back seat area.
Okay. Would you say back seat area, but more toward the front passenger area? You mean front passenger as opposed to front driver, correct?
No, you were pointing back here, and it's more up there.
Where the seat is.
Yes.
Well, I guess.
Yes.
We're following the same problem. I'm trying to, why don't you point out to us exactly what you mean? Because I think this picture shows us the whole back area better, right?
The area of origin, I don't know the exact point of origin, but the area of origin is in this area right here.
Gotcha. Very good. All right. And that's from all that you've talked about as far as the burn patterns, and that's where the most burning seems to be. And that's the easiest part is the paint on the car. We know it was burning somewhere up because it got red at the bottom of some of the car. And the front's not even burned at all.
No, sir.
So that tells us backward part of the car, and then the other patterns tell us it's coming from that rear passenger area.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Now, I noticed looking at these pictures that, well, there's no window on this back glass here. And I'm not sure, are some of these greenish looking things, is that piece of the glass, do you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay, fair enough. In part of your investigating, do you normally find broken glass when there's been a fire of this nature in a vehicle?
It depends on how the fire got.
Okay. And explain to us, what does that mean? How does the heat of the fire affect whether or not we might see glass broken or not?
If the fire don't get real hot, you're gonna see broken glass. But the fire gets real hot, you're gonna see globs of junk. You're not gonna know what it is.
Gotcha.
Because glass will melt together.
Maybe in 208, see if this may or may not help, I don't know. This appears to be the driver's door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've got items down here. Does that appear to be, or what was the door window? Or
It appears, yes.
Okay. And is that indicative of being melted or having broken?
Melted.
All right. And so my question is, in your expert opinion, and someone starting this fire and it being hot enough to melt that glass, is there any indication that there would have been an explosive event upon the fire being started that could have caused some of the glass to break?
I'm not going to say that couldn't have happened, no.
Okay. So it's possible, we don't know.
It is possible.
Okay. Do you remember looking around the area to see if there were glass fragments on the ground or anything like that?
I think there was the best I remember. I think there was glass in certain areas, but I don't remember how much, or it was even for this vehicle.
Gotcha. Were you able to tell from what you see here? You said something about the doors being closed. Can you tell us if these doors were closed at the time this fire was started?
It appears they were, yes.
All right. And are you able to tell if the windows were up or not?
To be honest, I don't remember looking in the doors, see if the windows in the doors.
Fair enough. As far as what time this gas would have been put on the car, let's start with that first. Is your testing able to tell us how long, a time frame of when that gas would have been put on that car to burn?
No, I'm not a chemist. I
Cannot do
couldn't
that.
tell you
Okay.
that.
And similarly with the body, there's nothing that can tell us the timing of when that happened either, correct?
No, sir.
Is there anything from this scene involving the car or the body that you could tell us what kind of container was used to carry that gas to put on those items?
I don't remember. The only container I remember seeing was a Rotana oil jug.
Like a old, I say old, a white plastic jug,
More
like antifreeze jug
Yes.
kind of looks like?
Yes.
And I appreciate you calling it a jug. That makes me feel better.
Yeah.
Did you look into that at all to see if there was any gas in it or anything?
I did not know. I think the Cobb County Crime Scene Unit took it in evidence.
Gotcha. So that was certainly something that could have carried some. You don't know that it did in this case, obviously.
I didn't look at it, no.
Okay. Did you find anything in the car that would indicate a container that was left in the car?
Everything was melted in the car.
So even if a container had been used to put the gas in there, it would most likely be gone and melted. Part of that muck that's in the car.
I didn't see the remnants of a can.
Fair enough.
I'll say it that way.
And had it been metal, there would have been a better chance of it surviving, much like the seats did.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything from your investigation that can tell us what quality or type of gas was used to make it burn?
Again, I'm not a chemist.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of, or have you ever seen a report where the chemist can tell us the type of or the quality of the gas used?
I don't want to testify on what he can tell you and what he can't tell you.
I'm just asking, in your experience.
I've never asked, to be honest.
Fair enough. I take it, I mean, you've never been given that sort of information.
No.
Okay. And I guess maybe more so, it certainly can't tell us what brand of gas that was used, correct?
No, sir.
Was there any actual liquid in the items that you saw, in the soil samples and the car and whatnot, that you thought might be actual remnant of gas that had just been unburned?
No, sir.
Okay. And you would not anticipate to find that because you would anticipate it would burn very quickly with the rest of the gas, correct?
Yes, sir.
From what you see of the scene, are you able to tell us, because we believe it's human involvement that started this, can you tell us where that person was when they started the fire in the car?
No, sir.
Can you tell us where they were when they started the fire of the body?
No, sir.
Can you tell us maybe even how far away they could have been in order to start this fire?
As far as you can throw a stick, a match. I mean, there's no way of telling how far away they was.
So they could have been standing right next to it.
And they could have been 20 yards away
far
from it.
away. Gotcha. You just need a lighting substance to hit the vapor of the gas.
Yes,
Right.
sir. I apologize, ma'am.
Can you tell us, from what you see of the burn pattern, can you give us any indication about how much gas was used to start this fire?
No, sir.
Could it have been enough to just put it in a hand and start it? Or would it have required to be more to get this hot?
In the vehicle or in the body?
Yeah, let's start with the vehicle.
Okay. The vehicle, you got a heavy fuel load. Fuel load, I mean the seats, the foam rubber, the covering for the foam rubber. That's a heavy fuel load. So it wouldn't take a lot of gas to get it going good.
Okay, fair enough. And would the body presumably, well, would the body take more or less because you don't have that fuel load, but you do have some clothing items?
Well, there should have been no gas anywhere around the body because it was a good ways away from the car.
Sure.
But on that list, there's several spots on her body that were positive for gasoline.
Gotcha.
So it could have been just a sprinkle here, a sprinkle there, and it could have been poured on her.
But all those pieces were contained with that blue sheet.
Yes.
That we found. Are you able to tell us which one would burn first, the car or the body?
No, sir.
Well, there's no doubt that the car burned hotter and longer than the body did because the body doesn't have as much damage to it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. I think the body was out when they found it.
Okay.
The fire was already out.
You said something there just a second ago that bears repeating, I think. You said we wouldn't expect to find gas because you got the car over here and the body over here. Had the body been left, have you had occasion to deal with burned bodies inside of a car?
Yes.
Okay. And is that part of your investigation, trying to determine where a fire origin and cause is, even though there's a body there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the body was left in this car at the time that it burned, or had been in the car when it burned. Would you anticipate the body to be much more charred and physically damaged?
The body would have had a lot more damage if it would have been in the car when it burned.
Gotcha. In all that you have here in front of you, there's nothing from your evidence and your investigation that tells us the backstory as to why anybody would have burned this car or attempted to burn this body, correct?
No, sir.
And it certainly doesn't tell us any sort of motive that anybody would have had to do it, other than somebody had to intentionally have done it.
My job was to investigate the cause and origin of the fire. It had nothing to do with the body. Just the body was burned. That's the only reason I had to do with the body.
Fair enough. And that's all you're here to tell us is we know there was some gasoline used in this fire to burn this car, and at least apparently some gasoline around the body that was burned.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Reader Ray?
No, Judge, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you are excused and released from your subpoena. Call your next witness.
Thank you, ma'am.
State called Detective Robinson.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in matter no opinion shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Detective, once you're comfortable and have that microphone adjusted, if you will, introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Certainly. My name is Ronson Smith, and the spelling of the first name is R-O-N-S-O-N. The last name is S-M-I-T-H.
Wonderful. How are you employed?
By the Cobb County Police Department.
How many years have you been with Cobb County Police?
So I was with them 27 years until I retired in 2017, and then I returned in 2019 and have been a part-time reserve working in the same specialty unit that I had retired from.
What specialty unit is that?
Technology-based crimes.
You said you retired from that unit, now you're back in that unit. How many years total have you been with technology-based crimes?
In total, I believe it's 14 years.
What are the job responsibilities as a detective with technology-based crimes?
Mostly digital forensic investigations, having to do, the majority of the unit was formed for computer forensics. When I came in 2009, I came in specifically with a different skill set, which was forensic video analysis and acquisition. And that was something that they were not doing out of that unit. And so that was new, introduced as I came in, and then we also do mobile device forensics. So computer forensics, mobile device forensics, and forensic video acquisition and analysis.
And now that you're back with the unit as a reserve detective, is your time completely dedicated to forensic video acquisition and analysis?
It is at this point, yes.
Then what exactly is forensic video acquisition and analysis?
It's the scientific approach to the examination, evaluation, and comparison of surveillance video for investigations, legal matters.
Now, are you always tasked with both acquiring and analyzing video?
Many times, yes.
Are there any specialized software programs that you use in order to analyze video evidence?
Yes, over the years I've used many, but currently I'm utilizing a product called Axon Investigate Pro, which is just simply a suite of tools that allows for the playback of video and some limited function for creating abbreviated clips of some longer video portion and making adjustments to lighting, contrast, zooming in, as it were, by utilizing cropping tools, and then outputting a product for viewing.
You've mentioned creating shortened clips. When you shorten a clip, is it still the same content as the original video that you've acquired?
It is.
And even when you make some enhancements such as cropping or changing lighting, are you changing the content of any of the video footage?
No.
Now, you mentioned this briefly, but when is it that you really first started focusing on forensic video acquisition and analysis during your career?
Well, certainly when I was assigned to the robbery homicide unit in 1998, video evidence was becoming, had always been important. But at that time, it was analog video on VHS cassette, played back through an analog VHS cassette player. And there were tools that were being introduced into law enforcement, and I simply kind of wrote up and explained to the management of the Cobb County Police Department that we were not able to do the best that we could in-house with surveillance video. And so we, after a couple of years, in 2002, I began training when the county agreed to purchase a non-linear video editing suite of tools. Basically a computer system that took an analog signal and converted it to digital. Now, almost exclusively the video that I acquire is digital in its origination. So.
Sure, and so prior to 2009, when you actually started with technology-based crimes, had you been using this skill set for a number of years?
Yes, from 2002, when a system was purchased, until current day, I have consistently been involved in forensic video acquisition and analysis for Cobb County and outside agencies.
So over the course of all of those years, approximately how many cases have you handled that involved forensic video acquisition and or analysis?
Hundreds and hundreds.
And approximately how many hours of video footage have you acquired and analyzed throughout the course of your career?
Thousands of hours.
I want to talk to you about your involvement in this case, in the investigation into the death of Beauty Couch. Were you asked to acquire and analyze video in this case?
I was.
I want to go through a number of locations here. Did you personally go to AME Church at 2990 Broad Street in Austell?
Yes, I did.
And did they have surveillance video at that location?
They did.
Were you given access to their system?
I was.
Now, was this an unmanned surveillance system?
Yes, this was what's commonly referred to as a digital video recorder, actively running in a back room, an administrative area of the church.
And does it have a date and time stamp on this video footage?
It did.
Were you able to check and see whether the date and time stamp on the video footage was the same as real time when you were personally there?
Yes, so that's part of the evaluation portion where I'm making a determination as to system any time offset, certainly critical in a case like this. I knew that I was going to be acquiring approximately 38 hours of continuous video. It turned out to be about 1,400 something individual clips. So super important that I know any time offset that is in the display of the video.
And so was there a time offset that existed?
There was. It was 19 minutes and 56 seconds, time stamped faster than actual time.
Meaning you have to subtract that amount of time from video footage.
Yeah, the easiest way for me is 19 minutes and 56 seconds, 20 minutes. So you just, anything you're reviewing, you basically subtract 20 seconds unless it's extremely time sensitive to know down to the second. You can actually make that calculation.
Right, so approximately 20 minutes, subtract 20 minutes.
Yes.
And were you able to successfully acquire the surveillance video from the AME church?
I was over the course of a day or so.
And you already mentioned that it was some 1,400 or so clips.
Yeah.
And did you provide all of that to your office as well as the district attorney's office?
Yes.
This time state moves to tender states 258 into evidence, which is that complete AME church footage acquired by this detective and contained in the state's master drive.
Ask just a couple questions for clarification. What you obtained is a digital file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the timing that you checked on the day you were there, you noted, I guess, by looking at your own watch or some official time clock, that it's 20 minutes off from whatever they're showing on their camera.
Yeah, I actually utilize a app generated out of the UK that's specific to, it's actually called DVR Time Calc. Okay. And basically I enter the time that's visually on the screen and then hit there's a indication where it grabs the real time off of the network and then makes the calculation.
And in your looking, are you confident, I guess, in looking through, I presume you looked at all these hours of video and seeing that time was constant, the same? In other words, it wasn't jumping back and forth as far as time goes. So
I did have occasion over the course of this investigation, which initiated in August of 2023, and I have had occasion over the period of this case developing to review various segments of time, almost any time that I had a vehicle of interest in the area. I would then review back to this AME church to determine if I saw, in this particular case, this is right off the side of a railroad track, and so I can see the timing from other cameras. That is, their times were accurate, and so I can determine from that if my time offset is still accurate as well, and it has been in each one of those cases. Yeah, consistent throughout the clips that I've looked at.
And so when you actually get the digital file, is that simply plugging a thumb drive into the computer and downloading it, or where do you get it from?
Well, I mean, in this particular case, if I recall correctly, the video was locked, the DVR was locked. They had no access to it, and I actually bypassed it to assist them to have gain control of their own DVR again through a technical backdoor process. And then ultimately, yes, it involved plugging a drive into a USB port and then giving the equipment instruction as to what I wanted to obtain.
And you're able to control what parameters, time frame of that video that you got?
Yes, and in this case, I basically aimed for 2 a.m. on the 22nd of August, 2023, till I believe it was 4 p.m., 1600 on the 23rd. So 38 hours, if my math is correct.
Thank you. With that understanding, I don't have an objection to the state's 258 over this.
All right, that'll be admitted without objection.
Did you also go to Austell Gas System located at 2838 Joe Jerkins Boulevard?
I did.
And is that likewise in Austell?
It is.
Did they have surveillance video?
They did.
Did you access their system together with the director of the business?
The director of the business accessed the system. I sat across the desk trying to give him some guidance as to what I was interested, the time frames that were of interest.
So he's controlling the remote, but you're sitting there looking at the same screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were looking at the same screen.
Very good. Was this also an unmanned surveillance system?
Yes,
Was there a date and time stamp on this video?
there was.
Was it accurate?
It was.
All right. And did you provide to the director 2 different time frames that you wanted exported?
I believe ultimately I may have provided as many as 3.
Okay. And were you able to successfully retrieve those time frames with the assistance of the director?
Yes, they provided it on storage, and it was successful for the recordings that existed on it.
And did you include that in your case file, accessible to the police department, as well as provide it to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender states 259 into evidence, which is the Austell gas surveillance video as initially acquired, as the witnesses testified.
No objection.
Admitted without objection, states 259.
And then did you personally go to the virtual rail fan location at Cincinnati Junction?
Technically, yes, in that I stood under a camera to determine there was a camera present. However, you can't go to virtual rail fan operations. I believe that may be in Athens, Tennessee, run by a gentleman who has paid subscribers to people who are very much into railroad operations, and they love to have these virtual cameras at their disposal. And when they have a subscription, they can operate the camera and turn it, pan, tilt, and zoom to some extent to watch trains go by. And this particular area had 4 tracks, I believe.
And the one camera that you said you were standing there and kind of looked up and saw, is the address there, the 2768 Broad Street?
That is a business where I think they host this virtual camera and host their equipment, yes.
Understood. Okay. So after identifying this camera, did you reach out to Virtual Railfan to request surveillance video?
I did.
And were you able to retrieve surveillance video from them?
They were able to accommodate my request for, again, about 38 or more hours of video.
This time, state moves to tender states 260 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from Virtual Railfan, as well as states 261, which is the corresponding surveillance video footage that's covered by the business record certificate.
I'm looking at those. Right, I have 260. You got 261.
261 is the actual video footage of the master.
Any objection?
Give me one moment, please.
All right, admitted without objection, states 260 and 261.
Did you also canvass the neighborhood and the homes around the victim's residence?
To some extent, but it was being done by others as well.
Ultimately, did you go to 2848 Broad Street in Austell?
I did.
And where is that home in relation to Beauty Couch's residence?
It's next door to the east.
Did that residence have any surveillance system set up?
They did. The family there had a Ring camera.
And did you meet with those homeowners?
I did.
Did the homeowner grant you access to her Ring system?
It is, yes.
Okay. And when she granted access, did that allow you to be kind of at least temporary user of the account?
Yes, it's a shared user that I usually request, making them aware of what I'm going to be doing.
Sure. As a shared user, were you then able to personally access the Ring account?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to download clips that were saved on this neighbor's account?
I did.
And did those clips have timestamps embedded?
They did.
All right. And are those timestamps accurate?
They were.
All right. And did you include that in your case file as well as provide it to the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
This time state moves to tender states 262 into evidence, which is the Ring video footage that was acquired from 2848 Broad Street.
No objection.
Admitted, states 262.
All right, next, did you go to Sweetwater Mill at 3500 Joe Jerkins Boulevard in Austell?
I did.
All right, and were you able to confirm whether they had working cameras?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to retrieve any footage from this location?
Their operations agreed to respond to legal demand.
Okay, and so then they sent you the footage that you requested?
Yes, I was able to go in and meet with an operations person who had access to determine what was available and then to try and help them understand, because any businesses, very few of them are ever trying to export more than a few minutes of video. And I'm asking for well over 36, 38 hours. So helping them understand how to do that. But yes, once legal demand was in place and accepted, they accommodated that, yes.
Okay, very good. This time state moves to tender states 263, which is the business record certificate for Grief. Is it pronounced Grief? I know it's spelled weird.
I believe it's Griff.
Griff, okay, Greif. Sweetwater Mill, as well as the corresponding surveillance video provided by that business and covered by the business record certificate. The surveillance video is labeled as 264 on the state's master drive.
236 and...
I'm sorry, 263, that's my mistake. 263 is the business record certificate, 264 is the corresponding video footage.
Any objection?
Objection.
Admitted without objection.
All right, and then is there also a Caroster business located at 3400 Joe Jerkins Boulevard in Austin?
Yes, it's actually a Griff mill as well.
Okay, so same type of company.
It is.
Were you able to confirm whether they likewise had working cameras?
Yes.
And similarly, did you provide legal process that allowed them to provide you with video footage?
Yes. I believe it may have just been encompassed in a single legal demand, but for both properties, if my recall is correct.
Understood. At this time, state moves to tender states 265, which is the business record certification from Griff Caroster Mill, as well as the corresponding surveillance video footage, which is in states 266.
I see that. Objection.
Submitted without objection.
Did you go to Compliance and Envirosystems, or CES, located at 4450 Frederick Drive in Atlanta?
I did.
Did you meet with any employees at that office location?
I did.
And were you able to determine whether they had working surveillance video?
Yes, they granted me access to their system.
And once you had access to their system, were you able to obtain any images?
Yes, I chose to just obtain two simple images from the video.
Okay. Essentially still shots,
Yes.
screenshots. Right. I am going to show you. I'm going to show you states 267 and 268. Do you recognize these two images?
I do.
Okay, how do you recognize these two images?
They're the images I exported from the system at CES.
Wonderful. State moves to tender states 267 and 268 into evidence.
Briefly, was there not videos of these available? It's just, they just had still photos is what they had, and that's why you got the...
That was the simplest for the crew that I happened to have caught as they came into their office late in the evening wanting to go home. And I'm sitting in their parking lot and asked, hey, this would be super quick. If you just log into y'all's surveillance system, I'll take a look. And the guy granted me access to do that.
I think as you're sitting there in their system, the video was stopped, and then you were able to get this still photograph from it.
Yeah, so those were images just generated from the playback of that time frame from their system. Yeah.
Thank you. No objection.
Admitted.
All right, next, did you obtain any Fusus video?
Yes.
Okay, and for those who are unfamiliar, what is Fusus?
It's a fusion of DOT cameras owned by Cobb County that are directed into a system where our officers and investigators can access those and have each camera has a certain amount of time that is stored such that it can be replayed.
With respect to Fusus, do you have to be a law enforcement officer in order to log in and access this camera footage?
I technically wouldn't believe that's the case since it's coming out of Department of Transportation. But our access is governed through our Axon Fusus interface where we do each individually have logins.
And once you're logged in, if you have footage that you want to save, are you able to download it in some manner?
Yes.
Is it important to download expeditiously before it's overwritten?
Yeah, so there are many cameras that may have a 3-day retention. There are some with 7-day retention. I've seen 10-day retention. So it's once you would have to know in advance intersections that you were interested in, and you'd have to know soon enough to get into the system and acquire those. So there are many times when we have a major case, and I will take it upon myself to speak with the investigators, the lead investigator, his second, others involved in the case, and I'll suggest that we all take major intersections around a scene where we know we have something we're investigating. However, we may only have 3 to 7 days to acquire video, and we don't know what time to look for. So rather than look for a moment in time, a minute, when something may be passing through the area, I'll ask them to follow my lead and save maybe an hour block. But if I can't do that for every single camera, and we'll spread that across investigators.
Okay. Does that help avoid running into issues of the video being purged?
Yes, I mean, we could certainly always delete any stored that we did not need, but in a case like this, I think there were 24 different clips that we coordinated for how they were, and then we both have access to the folder that those are saved in.
Okay, very good. And so is that how you all were able to acquire a number of Fusus cameras and download that video footage?
Yes.
And was that all included in the police department case file as well as provided to the district attorney's office?
It was.
State moves to tender states 376 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Right, and then in terms of a racetrack location located at 2377 Austell Road in Marietta, did you request video footage from this particular location?
Yes, that is generally done through their corporate offices. There's a law enforcement website interface for their corporate asset protection.
Very good. And how is it that you even came across this particular location?
Utilizing Fusus cameras to track the movement of the defendant's vehicle.
At this time, state moves to tender states 269, which is the racetrack business record certificate, as well as states 270, which are the complete racetrack videos that were provided by racetrack and included in the business record certificate.
Objection.
Admitted without objection.
Now, with those racetrack videos, did you then create kind of your own clips for ease of access and viewing?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide those in your case file as well as to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And were there 3 clips in particular that you focused on that you had created from the original images or videos?
Yes.
Right. And this time, state moves to tender states 271 into evidence, which are those shortened clips that came from the original footage.
I understand the entire footage is in 270. We need to access it.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
It's admitted without objection.
The state also moves to tender States Exhibit 272 through 275, which are 4 separate packets of flock images with the attached business record certificate. So the business record certificate is the top few pages of each packet with the images that are certified being attached thereto. And there's page numbers on all of them.
You're tendering these without any foundation from Deb Smith, is that correct?
Correct, because they're
Just
all certified.
certification. I'm going to have an objection to these as to the nature of what these are. I think I can say it briefly, and then we need to take it outside the can. But the nature of these, as I understand it, are cameras.
Is it a relevance objection? Is it a hearsay objection?
It's
A foundation?
It's a lack of foundation in a I think improper foundation with this business record for these types of records. I guess is the blend I can say.
Can I see it, please?
Here's just one of them, but they all essentially
They
look
look
the same.
similar.
Anything else?
I think the nature of a exception for business records are when they are not prepared and created for the purpose of law enforcement and specific prosecution purposes. My understanding of these flock safety devices, as indicates, they're on the certificate. This is specifically for public safety purposes, which I equate to be law enforcement purposes. So for that reason, I don't think that foundation.
So you say, what you're saying is you believe that the code section that handles the business record certification doesn't cover law enforcement. All right, that's fine. I'll look at the statute. Let me see. This is new to me. I'm going to let you guys step back there for just a moment while we work through this issue. It should be pretty quick, but this will at least let you stand up and walk around. Y'all can have a seat. All right, so with the exception of the hearsay, I misspoke. With regard to the hearsay exception, 24.8.803.6, I don't see anything in that that would exclude this. Am I missing something, Mr. Lumpkin?
So, I'm not suggesting it's.
Make sure you're on your microphone. And then it's turned on. Thanks.
So, the 803 allows for records of regularly conducted activity as being not excluded by the hearsay rule, right?
Right.
And with the you're correct. I don't see it in the statutory language as a specific exception. My understanding is, and I presume it's case law, but I don't have the site in front of me, that there is there's an exclusion for simply allowing
now, if you're talking about authentication, then we go to 24.9.902, and that, it looks like, goes along with the 24.8.803, and I don't see anything in that that would apply here. Let me go to my annotations. Let's see what I can see.
Okay. So under, I think I found what I'm trying to drop on.
Okay.
In 803, Part 8, Public Records and Reports, Except as otherwise provided by law, public records, reports, statements, or data compilation in any form of public office setting forth the activity.
Slow down. The court reporter's got to take you down.
I apologize. Except as otherwise provided by law, public records, reports, statements, or data compilations in any form of public offices setting forth A, activities of the public office, B, matters observed pursuant to duty imposed by law, as to which matters there was a duty to report, excluding, however, against the accused in criminal proceedings, matters observed by police officers and other law enforcement personnel in connection with an investigation. And that's what I'm trying to hang my hat on, is that the flock safety system exists as an arm of law enforcement and is a law enforcement personnel in connection with an investigation.
That's your objection?
That's my objection.
Overruled.
Fair enough.
So the 272 through 275 will be admitted over objection.
Thank you.
We can bring it back in, please. And for the record, it's a business of Flock Group Inc., DBA Flock Safety. That's what it says on here.
I know it's got a name, but that doesn't mean it's not law enforcement.
Okay,
You understand my objection.
I do. Then we will wait. We have one more. There we go. All right, everybody have a seat, please. The objection to States Exhibits 272 through 275 is overruled. It's admitted over objection. They are admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective, we've obviously gone over a lot of locations here. How would you describe the volume of surveillance video that you were able to acquire and analyze in this case?
Voluminous.
And do you end up with a lot more video footage than is necessary in any given case?
Yes, that is just inherent.
In order to kind of narrow that down, what steps do you take to focus your time and attention?
Generally, it begins with finding a starting point, some point that is going to be something I know that has happened. And in this case, eventually there were some records obtained that allowed for that.
And did that include the flock records we've just tendered?
It absolutely did.
And just for the jury, what is flock?
It's a company who we engaged with on a contractual basis to install license plate reading cameras in various portions. We direct where those cameras are located based on our needs.
And are there also some kind of like private cameras on subdivisions or neighborhoods or things like that that can be installed?
Yes, there are HOAs who have employed the flock cameras, and those in those cases can be they can allow those to be obtained and included in the flock database accessible by Cobb County. They can determine which entities have that available to them. Businesses also, apartment complexes, any number of businesses.
Now, in addition to reviewing flock in this case, did you also review cell phone records?
Yes, those records also were utilized for making a determination.
And ultimately, were you able to kind of narrow certain time frames between August 22nd and August 23rd of 2023?
Yes.
Once you were able to do that, did you make any smaller clips for purposes of easier access?
Yes, it is certainly easier to play a small megabyte size clip than a gigabyte size clip.
Now, with the clips that you created, did any of the clips change the content of the video footage from when you originally received it?
No.
Okay. Did you make any enhancements to any of these clips?
There may be some that include clarification processes.
And clarification processes meaning what?
Maybe zoomed in through the use of crop and resizing tools, potentially luminance values in darker scenes to draw out detail. But I don't recall that being used much at all in the majority of the clips, if at all.
But in any way, did you change or manipulate or alter or delete the actual content of any of this footage?
No.
Once you were able to identify these smaller clips, is there a program you can input these clips into in a chronological format?
Yes. It's the same program that I utilize for the just to review, just to get through my review or analysis. Axon Input Ace. I'm sorry, Investigate Pro. They changed their name.
All right, did you provide that to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
This time state moves to tender states 276 into evidence.
Is that the smaller?
The Axon court package, yes.
Okay, thank you, no objection.
Was made without objection?
Pursuant to my previous objection, of course.
Yeah, of course. All right, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna need to stop right now. Anybody in this courtroom that has a cell phone on that is not a lawyer or a member of the DA staff or Mr. Lumpkin's staff, you need to turn it off right now or it will be mine. I have said it multiple times, there are signs on every way you get into this courtroom. Turn your phones off, powered off. We may continue.
Thank you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked at states 277 through 279. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize states 277 through 279?
I captured them off screenshots of our GIS mapping here for Cobb County and exported them.
And did you include pertinent areas on these maps?
I did.
And are those areas that you indicated true and accurate locations and addresses that you identified during the course of this investigation?
Yes.
This time state moves to tender states 277 through 279 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
All right, now that we're past all that, let's move on to states 276. Your Honor, do I have permission to publish states 276?
Yes.
permission to sit for a portion of this since I'll be doing a lot of clicking?
That's fine.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
We're ready here. All right, detective. Beginning on August 22nd of 2023, before we get to that very first clip there, I'm going to show you page 26 of States 272. Looking at States, I'm sorry, did I say page 26?
Yes.
Okay, page 26 of States 272 there. What is the timestamp of the flock hit that I've handed to you?
August 22nd, 2023 at 2:27 and 22 seconds Eastern Daylight Time. That's AM.
And what is the location of that particular flock hit?
Veterans Memorial Highway. It indicates SR 8 westbound at Davis Drive, but I know that as Veterans Memorial Highway westbound at Davis Drive.
And Veterans Memorial Highway at Davis Drive, where is that in proximity to Beauty Couch's residence?
I believe that's within 2 miles, a mile and a half. I actually didn't measure that.
That's okay. Are you familiar with both of the locations, Beauty Couch's residence as well as where Davis Drive is on Veterans Memorial?
I am.
And are they, without having to say exact distances, are they close to one another?
Yes.
All right, and is there a direction indicated on that flock hit?
It is westbound.
And traveling westbound on Veterans Memorial Highway, is that towards or away from Beauty Couch's residence at 2840 Broad Street?
Towards.
Now looking at States 276 here on August 22nd, we have a first clip here. I'm going to pause it just to, let's see, give the jury a little perspective here. Let's start with, I'm sorry, can we switch over to the projector for a minute? I apologize. And Detective, I'm going to have you actually step off the stand for a minute if you don't mind. Just make sure to speak very loudly. If you'll orient the jury before we go through some of these clips, for example, where Veterans Memorial is in Broad Street, and we'll talk about some of the other marked locations as well.
Okay. Veterans Memorial Highway is down in this area. I apologize, I needed to walk over so I can see. It's, for some reason, it's very washed out for me. Veterans Memorial Highway is beyond the view of this particular image. And this is Austell Powder Springs Road. This is Broad Street. This was the residence with the red pin here indicating that was the Beauty Couch's residence. And so traveling westbound would be traveling in this direction. And I think I indicated that, but I may not have said. Broad Street basically includes the entire side frontage, or the frontage here gets the railroad tracks. These are railroad tracks running through. Did I cover everything?
You did, and I'm just going to give you one more exhibit here, just a little bit further back. Let me make sure I have my numbers correct, though. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 377 here. Do you recognize states 377?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize 377?
I've seen this map before.
Is that a Google map?
It is.
And does it appropriately document the streets surrounding this area in Austell that is of interest in this case?
It appears to, yes.
Very good. State moves to tender states 377 into evidence.
Objection.
Submitted without objection.
May I publish?
Okay.
All right, so looking here at states 377, kind of a more zoomed out view before we go deeper. So if you can point out Veterans Memorial Highway on states 377.
Yes. Veterans Memorial Highway is marked by the State Route 78 here, running west is the direction of the pointer here. This is the intersection with Austell Powder Springs Road. There's a railroad track crossing initially as you come off of 78. There are 2 additional tracks to cross closer to Broad Street. Obviously, Broad Street is marked.
Okay, and then just behind Broad Street, what street is that?
Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
All right, very good. And I know you mentioned on the flock hit that it says SR8. Is SR8 the same as 78?
I believe so.
Okay, and so that's all just
call it SR8.
okay, but that's all Veterans Memorial.
Yes.
All right. So now going back to states 278 here. Now we're a little bit more zoomed in. I know it's hard to read, but what is written kind of at the bottom right corner of the screen?
Yeah, virtual rail fan.
Looking back at states 377 momentarily, can you show that same area?
Certainly, it's right here.
So right by Broad Street?
Yes.
All right. And then from there, you also have a pin drop at an intersection. What is this intersection here?
This is indicating the general location of a fusus camera known on our system by some designation, Cobb Cam, some numbering, but we would refer to it as the Austell Powder Springs DOT camera at Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
Okay, very good. And then we also see another pin drop that says Austell Gas. What is the street, the Austell Gas location is?
So yeah, that's an indication of the Austell Gas building, their administrative building, housing 2 cameras that were utilized in this investigation. Those cameras are pointed out at Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
Okay. And then also on Joe Jerkins Boulevard, we see where it says church. Do you recall the church there?
I don't recall the name. I believe it may have changed names.
Okay.
But there is a small church building here, and it's directly behind the residence beauty couch.
Okay, and is that the red pin drop we see right in front of the church?
Yes.
And then further to the west, we see AME Church. What street is AME Church on?
So their actual church with driveway access is off of Broad Street.
From there, if you were to kind of continue on Broad Street, what street am I kind of putting my pen over?
Yeah. So that is a continuation of Joe Jerkins Boulevard. Just simply comes all the way down to the Austell Mill, crosses the railroad tracks at a relatively sharp turn, and then the Sweetwater Mill is just across. Those are 2 separate mills. One's the Austell Mill on the north side of the tracks. The Sweetwater Mill is on the south side of the tracks.
Okay. And then you've also indicated here where there's not as much shrubbery or wooded area. What is that?
It's a power line that has access off of Joe Jerkins Boulevard. Access just meaning that vehicles have driven down through there in the past and have kind of worn away grass, or you can tell where vehicles have pulled up.
All right. I think you can take a seat for a moment. We'll look at some of these videos and we might have to switch back over at some point. Yes, thank you. All right, so Detective, after that flock hit of the vehicle traveling westbound on Veterans Memorial Highway, what is the timestamp of this next footage that you found that was relevant in this investigation?
Begins at approximately 2:29, and in the timestamp we can see 2:29:46, and this is virtual rail cams. Virtual rail fan, I apologize.
I think I do the same thing, so I apologize as well. I know we looked at this location on the map, but just to orient the jury, the street that I'm highlighting with the mouse here that's running, what street is that?
That is Austell Powder Springs, and it roughly runs north and south at that point.
Very good. And then the street that would be running east and west that we see across the center of the screen, what street would that be?
Veterans Memorial Highway, or the indication that we saw on the map of 78.
Now, can you get from the Davis Drive and Veterans Memorial intersection to the location here at Austell Powder Springs Road and Veterans Memorial Highway in approximately 3 minutes?
Yes.
When we are going to play this video, what area of the video are we looking?
From the left side of the screen, the vehicle of interest will enter into this view, slowing and then turn onto Austell Powder Springs Road.
Okay, and the vehicle of interest, what type of vehicle was that?
It appears to be a white Nissan. It has body side molding that helped me, at least, to determine it from other white vehicles on the roadway, white sedans.
And for the non-car folks, what is body side molding?
There is a molding. I suspect it's for doors that open against your vehicle, but it's kind of a thicker, broader molding. And it's just below the center line of the door, but not at the rocker panel level, which is below where a door would open and close. That's the lower part of the rocker panel. This is actually across the lower part of the door. And it actually made this vehicle, for me at least, distinctive to identify in various clips.
And on the flock images that I've passed up to you, does it have the same white Nissan with the body side molding that you've described?
Well, I'm aware that it's the same vehicle, but I don't believe the body side molding's able to be seen in the flock images at night.
Sure. All right, so starting this first clip again with the timestamp of 2:29:46. I'm going to pause the video here at 2:29:59. What direction, meaning westbound or eastbound, is the white Nissan initially driving?
It's traveling westbound. Comes into view traveling westbound from the left-hand side of this view, and then it has the right blinker is being utilized, and you can see that most clearly in the marker that is on the right exterior mirror.
And so is the westbound travel consistent with the westbound travel seen in the flock hit?
It is.
from there going to the AME church, just to, oops, sorry, let me pause it there. Just to remind the jury, first and foremost, the AME church, what roadway is being captured kind of in the center of the screen?
That is Broad Street in Austell.
Okay, and is that where you said the driveway for AME is actually on Broad Street?
Yes.
And with respect to the AME footage, was that the one that had the offset?
It was.
All right, so despite having the timestamp shown there as August 22nd, 2023 at 2:50, what is the adjusted correct time?
2:30 and 17 seconds, approximately.
Is it after the clip that we just watched?
Yes.
And in fact, when you made this Axon package, did you intentionally put it in chronological order?
I did, and I believe it's maintained that order.
Very good. We will now look at the AME footage with the actual timing being approximately 2:30 and 17 seconds. I'm going to pause the video there. Can you point out now with the pointer, if you don't mind, this body side molding that you previously discussed or described?
Certainly. Are we able to go back a few frames?
Yes.
That's a more distinctive view.
Okay, very good.
The body side molding that I'm referring to is here on the vehicle.
All right, and this vehicle having passed the AME church, would you have to pass the 2840 Broad Street address in order to get to this point on the roadway?
Not necessarily.
I guess, can you weave around on side streets?
So there are at least two very distinctly named roads that are small crossroads between Broad Street and Joe Jerkins.
Nonetheless, is it possible to drive from the Austell Powder Springs Road directly to Broad Street?
Yes.
Okay, and if you take that route of travel, do you pass 2840 Broad Street?
Yes.
And then ultimately, would you also pass this area of Broad Street where AME Church is located?
Yes.
Continue playing that. Now, where we can see the vehicle kind of round the corner towards the end of this video, what corner is that? Where does that lead you on the roadway?
The corner goes back and Broad Street intersects again with Joe Jerkins.
So does Broad Street effectively kind of dead end and turn into Joe Jerkins?
No. I mean, it doesn't dead end. There's another road across the street. But Broad Street, that portion of Broad Street ends at Joe Jerkins around that corner.
Okay, very good. Next, looking here, is this the same virtual rail fan camera angle that we saw at the 2:29 a.m. time frame?
It is.
And do you see the same vehicle of interest at the 2:32 a.m. time frame?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the nature of that question. Again, drawing a conclusion for the jury for them to draw themselves, he saw a vehicle they can point out, whether it's the same vehicle or not, ultimately is the ultimate issue for the jury to determine. So I'm going to object to any characterization of those questions, planting that idea that this is the same vehicle. There may be similar characteristics either.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection and rephrase your question.
On this clip, do you see a vehicle that's consistent with a white Nissan?
Yes,
And does it have body mold siding as we've seen previously?
it does.
All right. I'm going to pause the clip here at 2:32 and 59 seconds. What direction is the white Nissan traveling?
South on Austell Powder Springs Road.
Is there a way to circle around essentially from AME Church on Broad Street to get back to this intersection?
Yes,
And can you do that in, a 2-minute time frame?
yes.
Now that we see the vehicle turning, what direction is the vehicle now driving on Veterans Memorial?
Westbound on Veterans Memorial.
All right, next, looking at 2:36 a.m., do you see a white Nissan with body side molding in this clip?
Yes, we will here eventually.
I'll go ahead and play that clip. I'm going to back it up just a minute. Oops. It's hard to get the exact point in time, but are you able to see the body side molding on this frame where I've paused it at 2:36 and 54 seconds?
Yes.
And traveling is this north? I'm bad with north.
Yes.
Okay, traveling northbound on Austell Powder Springs Road, is that back in the direction of Broad Street?
It is.
Okay, can you access Broad Street if you're traveling northbound on Austell Powder Springs Road at this junction?
Yes, you can.
There's that clip. Now, particularly in this hour or time frame, were there a ton of vehicles on the roadway at this intersection?
No.
Next, looking at the AME clip here, I know the timestamp says 3 a.m., but what's the actual timing of this footage?
2:40 and 40 seconds approximately. AM.
And so is this in close proximity to the time frame we were just viewing at the Austell Powder Springs Street?
Yes, just around 4 minutes, roughly.
Now playing this clip here. Going to pause it where the timestamp of the video shows at 3:01. The vehicle we see for the second time, is that still consistent with a white Nissan that has the body side molding?
Yes.
Now, did you notice anything with respect to the headlights of this vehicle as it traveled, once going westbound and once going eastbound?
Yes, I noticed as it traveled westbound, the headlights, the normal headlights were on. The vehicle turned around in Beaver Park, which is, if you turn off of Broad Street, there's a park at the end of that road. And you can see the headlights as the headlights illuminate as they swing, the vehicle's turning and returning, traveling eastbound in a continuous driving motion. However, the headlights were now turned off. And I noted that the headlights were off, but now the driving lights, the lower, some people would refer to them as fog lights, are on, are illuminated.
Okay, so I'm going to play this clip one more time here. All right, now in this next set of clips here, just go ahead and show the first frame. So we see AME Church again, this time with the timestamp being 6:04. So what is the adjustment for this timing of the AME footage?
So the easiest way is to subtract 20. And
So is that about 5:54 a.m.?
5:44.
I'm sorry.
5:44.
All right. Now, between that last clip we just saw, which was around 2:40 a.m., to this clip that we now have at 5:44 a.m., were you able to obtain any visual on a white Nissan with body side only?
No.
All right, so looking at this 5:44 a.m. clip. What direction of travel is the white Nissan going on Broad Street?
That is eastbound on Broad Street.
And where is Beauty Couch's residence in relation?
Approximately 700 feet further east from the extent of the left-hand side of the camera view that we see here.
And I know that you rely on various portions of the investigation to look at certain timeframes. Were you interested in this particular timeframe based on the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
I was aware, briefed, that the Beauty Couch's mother left each morning at approximately 5:45 for work, and that was a time indication, a time that was going to be something that was known to us.
All right, from there, we are now at a new location, so I just want to kind of remind the jury, we can see on the side there where it says Austell Gas Company. If you'll remind the jury, where is Austell Gas Company, where is the camera situated?
So these cameras are looking, this particular camera view is looking south at the east and westbound of Joe Jerkins Boulevard, and the church to the right-hand side, that's the church that was seen in the map image that I was indicating.
And if you'll remind the jury, where is that church in relation to Beauty Couch's residence?
The back of the church and the back of Beauty Couch's home cannot be more, they're not more than 100 feet from one another. They're much less than 100 feet from one another.
And we'll look at the map here in a second. But first, we'll play this footage. Now, in this footage, do you see a white Nissan with body side molding?
Yes, in the footage, this footage I clipped because the vehicle of interest to me enters from the right-hand side of the screen. I'm sorry, the left-hand side of the screen. There's a downspout coming off the building. You'll see lights that sweep. In this case, they sweep across the screen. The vehicle's turning off of Vine Street and then travels westbound down Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
And with this particular camera footage, how was it activated, or how did that camera work?
So it was supposed to be activated with motion detection. Motion detection in a lot of cases is just light detection. What I found was this camera, this was the video that is about to be displayed is just about the sum total of this camera's for the entire time that I requested. There was an issue with this camera's initiating recording, but it happened to have recorded, I suspect because the headlights point almost directly into the camera, and it triggered the system to record. And then it records moments later when a vehicle enters from the other side of this camera view, and the headlights are prominent in the eye of the lens of the camera.
And so, unlike kind of the other clips that we've seen and the clips we'll continue to see, does this actually have multiple time frames included within one single clip?
Yes, I included multiple time frames for specific reasons.
Okay. So we will start playing that, and then we'll point out when it's a different time frame. All right. So I've just stopped the video there. And I know we start to see headlights on the right side of the screen.
Yes.
What is the time difference between that first clip versus the second clip?
The time difference is just over 5 minutes. The initial clip is from approximately 5:45 in the morning, and this particular recorded clip occurs at 6:01.
6:01, okay. All right, so we've watched 5:45, and now we'll look at 6:01. Now, the vehicle we see with the very bright lights kind of in the center of the screen, was that vehicle of interest to you?
It was not.
Okay. What is it that was of interest to you on this clip from 6:01 a.m.?
What I noticed in my analysis was where there was no vehicle parked in the church parking lot at 5:45 in the morning, there is now a vehicle parked in the church. Backed in, and it's a white Nissan.
If you'll point that out for the jury, please, with the pointer.
Okay.
Yes, please, thank you. I think it's still up there.
Yes. So my interest in this camera view was this vehicle, which does not appear in frames anywhere back in the initial clip at 5:45.
So I'll kind of play that sped up a little bit. So this angle that I have it paused on, so to speak, is that 5:45 a.m.?
It is.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. All right, now have we moved on to 6:01 a.m.?
Yes. I believe the blue bookmark there is an indication when it switches.
There we go. Okay. So we'll finish playing the 6:01 a.m. jury, we've changed timings now, so what time frame are we looking at now that it's daylight?
I believe this is around 9 a.m.
And did the exact time of this portion matter to you?
It did not.
Okay, what was the purpose of having this frame from roughly 9 a.m.?
It's a daylight view to give any viewer a better opportunity for seeing the perspective of what we were seeing in a nighttime view.
And in this daytime view, it can be seen there's some sort of like white van backed into the church.
Yes.
Backing up to the 6:01 time frame, is the vehicle seen back into the church consistent with a white van
Yes.
here at the 6:01?
Yes, I believe it's the exact same vehicle that was parked at the church at 5:45 and again at 6. And
Okay, and so we'll show the jury that as well. Whoops, let me go back. So can you point out that white van in the 5:45 a.m. time frame?
yes.
So the lighting's not the best.
Yes. I didn't choose to make any improvements to the lighting. I believe it's visible.
Stay there for just a minute. So then when we go to the 6:01 time frame, do you also see that white van again?
Yes. The white Nissan is actually backed in front of the van. The van hasn't changed position.
Okay, very good. And then once we get to the daylight hour, that white van appears to be does it appear to be in the same exact location as it was parked at 5:45 and 6:01?
Yes, it does.
Now I do want to switch up over just briefly to States 279 here.
Can you give her the document camera?
Yes, thank you. For the clip we've just seen, if you'll point out that Austell gas, please.
Certainly. It is the Austell Gas Administrative Building. It's located here. The cameras that we are seeing are coming off of this side of the building, the south side of the building. And we're looking in this camera view this direction. This is the church. This is the parking lot. The main portion of the church extends out here beyond this portion of the church. So what we're seeing in this shadow area is actually the parking lot.
Okay, and then you have a measurement that you included here in States 279. What points is that measuring to and from?
For me, I chose to place a marker for the beginning of a measurement. If I were stepping out of the driver's side of a vehicle, backed in, there's a walkway here in front of the church, and then you would go along the side of the church, and you would end up just at the side, right at the point of the side of Beauty Couch's home.
Okay, and what is that?
That measurement was 170 feet.
And is there anything that obstructs that walkway in terms of fences, gates, privacy, whatever?
I've been there multiple times during this time period. I've been there recently. I've never seen anything that would obstruct you from walking.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Either side of the church.
You can take a seat again, and if we can switch back over to the computer, please. All right, so the last clip we were really focused on was at 6:01 a.m. From there, what was the next time frame you were interested in?
7:35 this is the opposite camera view from the view that we were just looking at. And obviously this is during daylight, or the sun has risen, daylight hours. And I made this clip because it depicts the white Nissan with the side body molding, vehicle of interest to the investigation for me, will enter this scene in the parking lot driveway area of the church that we had seen in the opposite view. What we're seeing in the top right-hand corner of this view is the extent of that Church Drive, and the vehicle will be traveling west and east, and then pull out onto Joe Jerkins and continue east.
We'll go ahead and watch that clip. And so the street the white Nissan is now on is what street?
Joe Jerkins Boulevard eastbound, passing Vine.
All right. And what is this kind of driveway that comes off of Joe Jerkins?
I presumed it's a portion of the church property, the extension of their parking lot property and their property.
All right. Next, looking at virtual rail fan. What is the timestamp of virtual rail fan?
7:36 and 50 seconds, just mere seconds after the image that we had just seen from Austell Gas.
And can you get from Austell Gas to this intersection in a minute or so?
Yes.
Seconds, rather. Okay.
Yeah, and it obviously it always depends on traffic flow.
Sure. All right, so we'll go ahead and play this clip. Now here, I'm going to pause the video. The white Nissan is traveling what direction on Austell Powder Spring Street?
Well, at the point you've paused it's traveling southbound on Austell Powder Springs, approaching Veterans Memorial, and it's about to move from that straight and or left turn lane to the right turn lane and make a right, which will be westbound on Veterans Memorial Highway.
So we'll finish watching this clip. I'm going to stop this video for just a minute. In between the clip we just saw where the white Nissan travels westbound on Veterans Memorial, do you recall if there was a flock hit before we get to the 7:52 and 30 seconds hour?
I believe so. Down a flock hit was indicated.
Just to keep things moving so we don't have to switch back and forth a bunch, looking at States 272, page 28 there, do you have the exact timestamp of the flock hit that of course the jury will have access to?
I do.
Okay, what was the exact timestamp of the flock hit?
August 22nd, 2023 at 7:50 and 32 seconds a.m.
Okay, and that particular flock hit, what was the location?
That is the same location as we previously discussed, which they indicate is SR8 westbound at Davis Drive. I refer to that as Veterans Memorial Highway westbound at Davis Drive.
And now I know we discussed the Nissan traveling westbound on Veterans Memorial at 7:36 a.m. Is there any way to take roadways to kind of circle back such that you would again be westbound on Veterans Memorial and Davis?
Absolutely.
And is that possible in a 14-minute time frame?
Yes.
Now we will look at the clip from 7:52 a.m. I'll pause the clip here. Do you see a white Nissan with body side molding?
Yes, I do.
And what direction of travel is it at this point where I've stopped it?
Is westbound, comes in from the left-hand side of the screen, traveling to the right. It's going to turn onto Austell Powder Springs Road.
And can you get from Veterans Memorial at Davis to this area in approximately 2 minutes?
Yes.
we are seeing a slightly different camera here, or camera for the first time, so if you'll orient the jury where we are.
This is a Fusus camera. This is Cobb Cam 1276. It's a DOT camera maintained by them, but the feed from the camera is utilized by our flock system and comes into our system so that officers have access to this camera footage, and then it's stored for some period of time, and we're able to access it even for the purposes of pulling it down to review later or for analysis. This is a simple clip from that showing Austell Powder Springs, where we are looking south on Austell Powder Springs Road, and we are seeing the intersections of Joe Jerkins Boulevard and Broad Street, and then the railroad tracks. And beyond those tracks, the second set of tracks, and then Veterans Memorial Highway in the background.
And so the street closest to us where we see a black car turning, is that Joe Jerkins there?
It is, on both sides. It is Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
And then here, what street am I looking at just past Joe Jerkins?
That is Broad Street.
And is that both directions or just one direction?
I have difficulty answering that because the city of Austell, I believe, calls it something different. It appeared to me to be Broad Street. They call it something different. Just like they call it SR8, and I call it Veterans Memorial, and we show a map that says 78. It's the same roadway.
All right, very good. All right, we'll go ahead and play this clip. What is the direction of travel that we just saw the white Nissan?
So that white Nissan, the vehicle of interest to me, having watched it in the previous video, turning off of Veterans Memorial, traveling on Austell Powder Springs, then utilizing this camera to see it make a turn onto and traveling westbound on Broad Street is the same vehicle that I've been interested in for this investigation.
And traveling westbound on Broad Street, assuming you were to stay on Broad Street, would you pass 2840 Broad Street or Beauty's residence?
Yes, you would.
All right, from there, what's this next clip? What is the time frame of this next clip back at the Austell gas?
This next clip is at 8:10 in the morning.
Now, were you able to find a white Nissan or the vehicle of interest to you between 7:52 to 8:10 that we're going to watch here in a second?
If I understand your question correctly, yes.
Okay. Was there other footage that showed the vehicle during that time frame?
Yes.
Okay.
Ring footage.
Okay, and we'll get there. All right. Other than ring footage, do you see it in between that time period?
Not other than ring footage. I do not see it.
And we will circle back to the ring. All right, so looking now at the 8:10 hour. Hold on, switching for a minute here. Before we get to ring, because I want to go back to ring in a minute. At 8:10, do you see, was there another vehicle of interest to you in this investigation?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and what was that other vehicle?
Beauty Couch's vehicle, a red Dodge.
And when was the first time you saw her red Dodge or a vehicle consistent with a red Dodge on any of the cameras surrounding her neighborhood or area?
At 8:10 and 24 seconds.
Okay.
Or thereabouts, approximately.
And so looking at this clip here, Is that where we see a vehicle consistent with the Dodge Dart?
It is the second time I see that vehicle in this clip.
Okay. And we'll back it up. This one.
There's the first time.
All right, and I know this one's very difficult to see, so if you will use the pointer to help show where it is that we're looking on the screen.
Certainly. The area of interest for me, and this view in this player can actually be scrolled using the scroll button into this area. This is showing through the tree line Broad Street, and a vehicle consistent with the red Dodge travels eastbound, and then triggers the recording function of this camera again, traveling westbound.
All right, so I know it's hard. I'm going to try to go slowly. So are you able to point out some of that red vehicle where I've paused it? It's probably harder to see on your screen.
Yeah, so the vehicle travels through here, and it's most easily seen played at speed from the beginning.
All right, let's see. And we'll see. Here we go. And so doing, the frame by frame. Okay, and so that, vehicle consistent with the Dodge Dart, what direction of travel is that on Broad Street? Sorry.
What we just viewed
I'll stop messing with it.
is, got dizzy for a moment, is the vehicle traveling eastbound on Broad Street, a red vehicle of the size and shape consistent with the red Dodge that trips or initiates the camera with motion, traveling them westbound.
Okay. You kind of answered my question, but is that why you don't see a smooth video from this clip due to motion?
Yes, yeah, the camera trigger is triggered and then recorded.
And so then I'll continue playing the rest of that portion. All right. And is there a way, is there an access road from Broad Street to easily circle around to Joe Jerkins such that the Dodge Dart is then traveling in the westbound direction?
Yes, from the point at which it's seen at the beginning of this clip, it could turn on Vine Street.
And at the very top of this frame, you can kind of barely see it, but what street is that?
Vine, that's the intersection of Joe Jerkins and Vine.
Okay, very good.
Which is here.
Wonderful.
And then beyond this is Austell Powder Springs Road, where a vehicle could travel from on Broad, eastbound, and then turn onto Austell Powder Springs, and immediately turn onto Joe Jerkins.
All right, then looking at Austell Gas again here. What is the timestamp where we see, again, a red vehicle?
It's 8:33 and 17 seconds in the morning when this clip begins.
And that vehicle consistent with the Dodge Dart, what direction of travel is it now?
It is now traveling eastbound on Joe Jerkins, and it's going to pass Vine Street, headed towards Austell Powder Springs Road.
So was there a gap in time there from the 8:10 clip that we saw until 8:33?
Yes, just under 23 minutes.
Now traveling where we saw at 8:10 a.m. and the vehicle is traveling westbound on Joe Jerkins, would that get to the power line easement?
Yes, you could.
And then if you were leaving the power line easement, could you pass this camera again, but traveling eastbound?
Yes.
Now looking at this next camera, are we back to the Fusus camera we previously looked at?
Yes.
And do you see a Dodge Dart again?
We will. That vehicle, a continuation from the last video, where I indicated that the vehicle will travel beyond Divine on Joe Jerkins, eastbound, approaching Austell Powder Springs. It now comes into view on this Austell Powder Springs at Joe Jerkins Boulevard. Fuses camera and will come into view and immediately make a right-hand turn.
And so that red Dodge Dart turns what direction at the end there?
It turns on the, I refer to it as Broad Street, but eastbound and east of Joe Jerkins. I'm sorry, east of Austell Powder Springs.
All right, now when was the next time, and I know this is just a still shot, but when was the next time that you captured the red Dodge Dart?
The red Dart shot entered this area, which is off Fredericks Drive, off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and the property that this camera was covering is actually the CES, a environmental company.
Okay, and so this clip or still shot that we see here, is that the same as States 267 that we admitted?
It is.
And so how far away is this location to the Austell area we've just been looking at?
It is a significant distance. I mean,
it's not in Austell.
No, this is, I'm trying to, the Fulton Industrial Boulevard at I-20 area.
Okay.
Just outside of Cobb County.
And why is it that you were looking in this area?
If I'm not mistaken, there was a flock hit near there.
With respect to her vehicle, the Dodge Dart?
Yes, and so investigators had provided that information to me. I was aware of it.
All right, now going to kind of further along in the morning.
And Ms. Green, I'm gonna stop you in about 10 minutes. So just wanted to give you that heads up.
Okay. I will get through this chunk here and then we'll talk. I should be able to do it in that time. All right, so I do want to stop here. I know we referenced ring camera footage. Now here in this ring camera footage, is there a timestamp? Oops, there at the bottom of the screen.
There is.
And just to kind of reorient the jury here, what color is this residence that we're looking at? Do you recall? That's okay. All right, on the right-hand side of the screen, what is the driveway that can be seen?
It's the Beauty Couch residence.
Okay. And so this residence from the ring camera, is that the actual right next door neighbor?
It is, the adjoining property.
All right. And so I know there, can you see the trash can that I'm circling?
Yes.
All right, and so the driveway that kind of comes off of that trash can, whose driveway is that?
The Beauty Couch residence driveway.
And this clip here, what is the timestamp where you can see Beauty Couch's driveway?
August 22nd, 2023 at 9:57 and 18 seconds Eastern Daylight Time.
And why was this particular clip of interest to you?
Because I believe it shows the front nose and front wheel, driver's side wheel of a white vehicle backed into the Beauty Couch residence.
Now, of course, with Ring, is that motion censored?
It is.
All right, and so were you able to get a clip before 9:57 a.m. on August 22nd?
Yes.
We'll circle back on that. All right. Now going to 10:22 here, so shortly thereafter. Are we back at Railfan?
Yes.
All right, and we're going to start that clip. What vehicle of interest was identified in this clip at 10:22 a.m.?
A red Dodge that triggered, that was captured by Flock, indicating it was Beauty Couch's vehicle, entering the Austell area from Thornton Road. And so I utilized this camera, which I had 38 hours of footage, went to the corresponding time, began to watch, and saw it come into view, traveling eastbound on VMH and turning northbound on Austell Powder Springs Road.
Looking at this next camera angle, is that the Fusus camera again?
It is.
All right, so is this a continuation of the clip we just looked at from Railfan?
Yes, it basically tried to pick up to show the continuation of movement of that vehicle after, the extent of the coverage of the Railfan camera.
And so playing this clip here, what direction, or what street rather, does the red Dodge turn?
Joe Jerkins.
Now looking at Austell Gas, is that again looking at Joe Jerkins?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, with this particular camera, are you able to, but is this the motion censored one?
Yes. And
so it doesn't start at the very beginning, but is this what was provided by that company?
yes, when you clip it, it's difficult. And what I found was that if a vehicle was traveling slightly faster, it was later in the frames that it was picked up.
It was triggered the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, the vehicle we can see here where it stopped at the beginning of the footage, is that consistent with the red Dodge Dart?
It's consistent with the vehicle, the red Dodge Dart, that I was interested in regarding this case, yes.
And the timing of it being still in the 10:23 a.m. hour, was that consistent with the previous two clips we just saw of a red Dodge Dart traveling on Austell Powder Springs and turning onto Joe Jerkins?
It was, and that was consistent with the Fusus camera that caused me to look at this time in the first place.
All right, and this direction of travel on Joe Jerkins, would that be the appropriate direction of travel to go to the easement that's between Joe Jerkins and Austell Powder Springs?
If you're referring to as the easement,
Or the
the power lines, yes.
Then, looking at this final clip here around the 10 o'clock hour, are we back at Austell Powder Springs and Joe Jerkins intersection?
Yes.
All right, and which vehicle of interest do we see at this point in time?
This was the white Nissan of interest to the investigations. the next time I had seen it moving. It was traveling on Broad. We're going to see it traveling on Broad, coming into the view of the camera, turning north on Austell Powder Springs, and then immediately turning onto Jerkins. But this time it'll be traveling eastbound.
So is that where we see the eastbound travel
Yes.
on Joe Jerkins? Now, at any point in time during your review from the 2 o'clock hour where we started until this point in time at 10:34 in the morning, did you ever see the red Dodge Dart of interest to you and the white Nissan Altima of interest to you traveling at the same time?
No.
And I know there's more clips and we'll have to go through them tomorrow, but do you see the white Nissan that was of interest to you on Broad Street again after this point in time at 10:34 in the morning?
No. If I understand your question correctly, from the point at which we've covered from the 2:30 in the morning block through 10:30 in the same morning, August 22nd, do I ever see the white Nissan beyond that point, beyond this point on Broad Street?
Correct, beyond this point.
Absolutely not.
And I think this is probably a good stopping point.
All right, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is break for today. It's been a very, very long day, and you've been very attentive and very patient, and I appreciate that. We're trying to move as fast as we can so that we can try not to have it go too far into next week. Now you've heard evidence. This morning we started with evidence, and you're going to go home, and once again, your family and friends are going to want to know what you did. And once again, you have to say, I'm not allowed to talk about it, okay? And it's going to get harder every day, and I understand that, but that is what your instructions are.